Damn, that music is like fucking kicking today. I'm really feeling it. Oh, I was supposed to empty the jar. Why didn't it empty? Let me try and empty it again. Let me turn this music up a little bit because I'm feeling it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Let me empty this jar. Thank you, John Hammond 1701. I'm sure you spared no expense on that follow. Let me see if I can get this jar emptied like it was supposed to. Doon, 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 doon. Empty jar. Did it do it? It did it. Hip hip hooray. Welcome, everyone. Yes, Charlie and Kiki have left the building. We will never see them again. So that's sad. But they're with their mom. So hopefully they're I was hoping to get to say goodbye this morning before they left, but I didn't, which just sucks, but they'll be okay. I hope they don't miss me. I hope they're just happy because, like, I don't want them to think I don't know how a cat processes, like, moving when not everyone in the house moves. Like, do they think that we, like, somehow got lost in the move? Like, we're a pack and we're supposed to all move together, but somehow we didn't? I don't know how cats process that kind of thing. So I just hope they're alright and they're, you know, not concerned, because obviously we're fine. It's a little sad, though. I do miss them. But we will get our own kitty tomorrow, and that'll be nice. And you'll get to meet the new kitty, which will also be nice. Captain Rachel says my cat seemed to be looking for the rest of the family after he and I moved out. Oh, Feminist Critique Pod, thank you for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. I'm gonna miss Kiki, though. I named my new horse in Red Dead Online Kiki after the cat. Funny about the tools of capitalism. So today we're gonna be looking at sovereign citizens. I wanted to do an entire episode where we're focusing less on the interactions with the police and more what happens after those interactions are over. That, of course, being... ooh, my hair's all tangled. That, of course, being sovereign citizens in courtrooms. We've looked at a couple before. Gaelic, thank you for subscribing. We've, of course, looked at various sovereign citizen videos before that are in a courtroom, but I wanted to focus on it today a little bit. It's still sovereign citizen silliness, but with less cops, which is always nice. Oh, this is cool too. You got, I don't know how many of you watch the D&D game, Jake and the rest of us do over on his channel, but someone sent this hat the other day. And this is, if the professor dies, which is my D&D character, the professor is the channel icon. If you ever wondered who that, like, animated woman is in the channel logo, it's not supposed to be like an animated me. It's supposed to be my D&D character. If that version of the professor dies, the next version is wearing this fucking hat. Because someone sent this to us in the PO unboxing. It's very Tom Baker. Someone also sent me this scarf. It's pretty great. The hat's a little tiny for my head, but I'll make it work. Anyway, I guess let's get to the sovereign citizen stuff, shall we?
There's nothing funny about the tools.
Dude Spanking Dude says, Silly Hannah, according to Chuds, women are too dumb to be professors. True. Turn that music off. And let's switch over to this camera. Whoosh, 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 mechanical noises. Hello, undead pandas. Welcome, welcome. Oh, by the way, I finally did a YouTube channel banner I don't know how that looks, but I tried my bestest. Graphic design is my passion. What if the professor transitions into a woman? Women can wear whatever fucking hats they want. Is that scarf knit? Yes, it is. Arcana Stamper Blackwell says, not Sovereign Citizen related, but did everyone hear about everything going on in Portland? Yeah, I heard about it. Cops, like, dragging people into unmarked vans. When I roll a new professor, do we roll gender as well? Yes. Yes, we do. It was nice that when I came out, the next professor happened to be a woman, so that worked out pretty well for me. It's been fun playing this version of the professor. So yeah, that's the channel banner. If you haven't, subscribe. I'm sure like 99% of you already have if you're here this early in the stream. But if you haven't, give a subscribe. I put channel stream highlights and stuff on there. So it's a good time, and everything's all categorized into, like, there's a whole playlist for Sovereign Citizens. If you just like that stuff, there's a whole playlist for Flat Earth. There's a playlist for conspiracy theories. There's a playlist for Karens. So it's all categorized pretty meticulously. I think there are a couple wheel streams I didn't, like, cut out, and the earlier streams where I didn't highlight them. They're not, but, you know. All of them from when I started, like, categorizing them, which is quite a bit, are all in their own categories, and it's nice. Uptime, yeah, 13 minutes. You're quite early. Quite early to the stream. I do like that worm hat. And by the way, everyone, a round of applause for Baja for creating these fantastic new emotes. We have more to do. I got suggestions yesterday for more. Of course, we're going to get the bones. We're going to get all kinds of other emotes. So, thank Baja and her Photoshop skills for that. Woohoo. So, let's go ahead and start some Sovereign Citizen stuff. I'm not sure if this one will be good or not, but it's the first one in the playlist, so I guess we're going to watch it first.
I'll be an innocent man. Who says I'd be wrong?
So I assume there's a not guilty plea?
I'd be an innocent man.
Can't hear him.
94-2 is driving while unauthorized, sir. Two at the same time.
I only have one.
On the document there.
It's not you.
I only have one matter, sir. I only have
Can't hear him. God, courtrooms, get better
When we
microphones.
walk outside, we know there are laws to live by. But Michael Crane says the laws of the land don't apply to him. In shackles and jailhouse stripes, Michael...
I need to enable some very important BTTV emotes. Don't ask me how to do it, but we need at least clap and hyperclap. I don't even know what BTTV emotes are. Thank you for the person who just tipped $5. I appreciate that. The Euphorio answer. Let me see what your thing says. I watched your unboxing this morning. I was the one who gifted the DVD of Barabbas. Thank you very much for that. I mailed that when Jake said it, when asked anyone to send an actual quality Christian film. I'm obviously not, but the film is classic. The Christian themes are subtle. Crazy, right? Interesting. Check it out sometime. Thank you. Better Twitch TV. I'll try and look into it. I'm not going to do it on stream, but I can look into it afterward.
Crane starts with his lawyers.
I never hired these attorneys. We have no contract, no standing contract.
Charged in the murders of Glenna and Lawrence Shapiro and Bruce Gaudet, Crane wants to represent himself and tried to submit his own affidavits.
Imagine having being a sovereign citizen be the second worst thing about you, the first being that you are a alleged murderer. Fantastic.
The status of the case right now is you have a lawyer, so all your pleadings have to be filed through them.
I never agreed to your terms of service. I've never agreed to your terms of contract, Your Honor. This is a simple thing. I'm not bound by your rules, regulations, statutes, codes, and procedures, and you're aware of this.
The judge tried to explain how to represent himself, saying there's a list of items to address.
Well, then we should probably get busy doing that list of questions then.
Claiming he was wrongfully arrested, Crane says he follows different laws.
The Euphorio answer. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate
I'm a
that.
sovereign man. I'm a man of flesh and blood. What kind of jurisdiction is this? Is this admiralty? Is this maritime? Is this civil? Is this criminal? What kind of court is this?
Before his escorts there
Murder would be a criminal crime, so a criminal crime. Redundant, it would be a criminal court, sir. That's what murder is?
showed him to the door. One more question.
Who is the injured party, Your Honor? Let's go.
He asked who was injured in the crimes. His next hearing
The murder victim. The murder victim? I've heard sovereign citizens for some reason believe that if there is no materially injured party, then you cannot have committed a crime. So basically they're saying, I can drive around without a seatbelt, drive around without a license, because there is no direct victim going on. So basically, even though, of course, these things have social consequences and actual consequences, if you don't wear a seatbelt, you can become a projectile and hurt someone if you fly out of a car windshield in a crash. And of course, the licensing keeps people safe from you, to make sure that you are safe to operate a vehicle, but they think that there has to be some sort of literal material victim. Someone has to have already been injured for there to be a crime. However, I've never heard it applied when there is so clearly a victim. Who is the victim here of this crime? The murder victim. Sir, this is a murder trial, sir? Do you know what is happening to you?
hearing September 18th. Christopher Sine, ABC 15 News.
After an hour-long hearing in which he spouted conspiracy theories and repeatedly challenged the judge, Michael Crane pleaded guilty Wednesday in Maricopa County Superior Court to 3 counts of burglary and 1 count each of theft and misconduct with weapons related to a 2012 crime and killing spree that left 3 people dead. He did so without the benefit of a plea agreement from prosecutors. Michael Crane appears in Maricopa County Superior Court in Phoenix August 20, 2018, with his attorney Jamie Sparks. According to his attorneys, Crane has offered to plead guilty to the murders, as well, in exchange for a life sentence. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Still at issue, however, is Crane's mental competence. During Wednesday's hearing, he admitted that he has refused to take medication prescribed for him. He has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, a cross between schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
Oof.
He also repeatedly invoked his imagined status as a sovereign citizen and insisted that state laws do not apply to him. Crane specifically cited the Uniform Commercial Code, often referred to as the UCC, a code enacted to coordinate laws of commerce among states and nations. But certain jailhouse lawyers construe it as a kind of super law that trumps all others. Maritime law and admiralty law are often cited in the same manner and frequently used to muddy legal proceedings. Their proponents file legal documents with language that often reads like the King James Bible. Crane read his own manifesto late in the hearing, asking Judge Warren Granville to acknowledge his interpretation of law. Granville remained silent, which Crane said was an assent. Crane's attorney
It's hilarious to me that these people think that they need to actively consent in order for the law to apply to them. Basically, they think that they need to say, yes, your laws apply to me, but they think that if someone is silent in regard to them asking if they consent to their interpretation of the law, then that means it's a yes. What? No, that's not how anything works.
Jamie Sparks asked that Granville not accept the plea as willing and voluntary, based on his utterances during the hearing and her interactions with him on Tuesday and Wednesday. The prosecutor, Deputy County Attorney Patricia Stevens, quickly noted that Crane had been judged to be competent by Granville, based on an October hearing in which a court-appointed mental health professional stated that Crane was putting on an act. Competent, in legal terms, does not mean that a person does not have mental illness, it only means that the defendant understands the proceedings against him or her and is capable of assisting attorneys in his defense. Crane has been in and out of what is called restoration to competency since he was arrested. His attorneys have consistently claimed he is too mentally ill to stand trial, and prosecutors have consistently insisted that he is pretending. Lawrence and Glenna Shapiro Memorial Service in 2012.
See, I very much doubt he is pretending. I've never seen someone... Thank you for saying you think my scarf is cute, by the way. It is. I'm getting very warm, though. It's a hot day today. So check it out. Very cool scarf a fan sent, but I gotta set it aside because I'm dying. I doubt he's making this up. I think he genuinely believes these things. There are much easier and more believable ways to get some sort of defense that you are not mentally competent than to pretend to be a sovereign citizen. There are.
According to the charges against him, on Jan. 26, 2012, Crane and an accomplice broke into the Phoenix home of Bruce Gaudet, shot him and set fire to his condominium before stealing his car. 4 days later, prosecutors believe Crane broke into the Paradise Valley home of Glenna and Lawrence Shapiro, robbed them, shot them and then set the house on fire. Both died. Crane was charged with 15 counts, including first-degree murder, kidnapping, burglary, arson and auto theft. He pleaded guilty to many of the other counts in 2017. As of this writing, the county attorney's office had not yet responded as to whether it would consider offering a plea agreement on the murder accounts.
Jesus.
It's a big story. A man accused of going on a robbery
This is the
and
same
murder
guy, I
rampage
think.
7 years ago is now pleading guilty.
It's crazy that it took 7 years to get a plea through. That's insane.
Michael Crane is accused of killing 3 people.
Look at this guy's mustache. Holy shit. That is a thick mustache.
Including a couple in Paradise Valley, and setting their homes on fire. Crane has become known in recent years.
I feel like if he didn't have the mustache, his face would be like 30% lip. It's just the thickest mustache.
For his wild outbursts in court while defending himself.
Team 12's Michael Doudna joins us live from the Alert Center with the change of plea. Michael?
Guys, Crane's guilty plea comes just months after doctors deemed he was competent to stand trial, and for pleading guilty, he will avoid the death penalty, but hopefully provide some sort of closure to the family of those hurt by these brutal killings.
It was devastating when they were both
That
murdered.
second before it cut, it looked like that reporter was staring into my soul.
Glenna Shapiro, as their house sits vacant. A reminder of the philanthropist couple who used to host them.
Nice neighbors, quiet, always invited us to their Christmas Eve party.
There hasn't been a Christmas party for 7 years. The door boarded up, weeds growing. As the police tape may be gone, but signs of the horror, like smoke stains on the bedroom window, still remain.
I smelled burning wood that morning.
Police say Michael Crane bound together Lawrence and Glenna, shooting them and setting fire to their bedroom, leaving their bodies to burn.
The name you're using, it's a fictional name. That's not my name.
Since then, Michael Crane has made headlines in court for his outburst as a self-proclaimed sovereign citizen.
I don't have a contract with this court. These are your laws, not my laws. These are your rules, not my rules.
That's not how the world works. Wherever you are, if there is a jurisdiction and a law that is understood by the people of that land to be the law, if there is an authority, it has authority over you. If I go to France and break a French law, despite the fact that I'm not a French citizen, I can be put in prison there for it.
The trial has dragged on for years as neighbors have waited on a resolution. And with Crane now pleading guilty, he'll avoid the death penalty, but not justice. With neighbors hoping this news will put an end to the horror and provide some sort of relief to the families.
Hopefully it'll bring some sense of closure for the family. So.
A judge will sentence Michael Crane for the 3 murders in March. Of course, we'll keep you posted. We're live in the Alert Center. Michael Doudna, 12 News at 10.
All right, Michael, thank you.
Oh God, it's him arguing with the judge.
Possible changes of plea and
Oh, good audio too. Thank you, this courtroom, for getting better mics.
status conference state person Michael Crane, CR 2012-007950, CR 2016-000999. Appearances, please.
Good morning, I'm Patricia Stevens and Julie Warzinski appearing on behalf of the state. They're also members of the Shapiro and Gaudet family on the telephone conference line.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Aiken for Rebecca Motlaw in the 176 map.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jamie Starks and Herman Avendar on behalf of Mr. Crane, who is present and in custody.
Michael Crane on behalf of Michael Crane.
Good morning. Mr. Crane, it's my understanding that you wish to change your plea in the 7950 case to count 1 burglary with 2 prior felonies.
My left ear is louder than my right ear.
Class 3 non-dangerous repetitive offense committed November 30th, 2011, between November 30th, 2011 and December 5th, 2011. Count 2, theft with 2 prior felonies, a Class 4 non-dangerous repetitive offense committed December 6, 2011. Count 3, misconduct on weapons with 2 prior felonies, a Class 4 non-dangerous repetitive offense committed December 6, 2011. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you understand that if you plead guilty, you subject yourself to a mandatory prison sentence for each of those 3 counts? Do you understand that, sir?
No.
It's a repetitive offense. The law would mandate that you get a prison term that's presumed to be 11 1/4 years on the burglary count, 10 years on the theft and the weapons charge. Under the law, it could go up to 25 years.
Hello,
on
Luli
the burglary case,
PK.
15 years on the theft and the weapons charge.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand how this works, but go on.
Well, I need to make sure that you know what you're doing and you understand what you're doing.
Oh no, this courtroom flag has a gold fringe, too. So this guy, who wants to bet he mentions the fact that this flag happens to have a gold fringe? Thank you, Luli PK, for following. I appreciate that.
And you want to do what you're doing. But what questions do you have?
What difference does it matter if I plead guilty, if I say I take the responsibility for all these charges and you guys have a trial? What difference does it make if I do this now or later?
What? If you have a child...
Well, I don't know what later is today.
Gold fringe? Oh, this is something that sovereign citizens believe. Sovereign citizens believe that if there is gold fringe on the flag in a courtroom, that it is a signal that it is secretly an admiralty court, and it is like a maritime law courtroom, because they believe that all law is secretly maritime law. I'm not kidding. This is stuff they genuinely believe. And that it ties into, like, all the weird legal stuff that they believe, basically, about straw men and being property and all kinds of weird stuff. When in reality, a fringe, a gold fringe specifically on a flag, doesn't mean anything if it's in a courtroom. It just means that flag has a gold fringe. Because the flag code more or less dictates how a flag can look and be produced. But one of the things that it does allow is for the flag to have a gold fringe on it. You don't need it, but you can have it, and both are considered official flags of the U.S., and many courtrooms use the gold fringe flag because it kind of looks official, you know? I think it's ugly, I think it clashes, but whatever. It looks official or whatever. So a lot of courtrooms have them, and sovereign citizens take this to mean that it's an admiralty court, when of course it means no such thing.
It relates to 2 cases.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you, though?
Well, I don't. You know better than I do what later means.
I really don't.
Well, no one can force you to change your plea, Mr. Crane. Right now, the options are going to be a plea or a trial in 3 cases.
I've already told you that I'm willing to accept responsibility for all these charges. So that is what I'm telling you right now.
Well, and I'm answering in that, in order for me to accept that choice by you, I have to make sure that you understand the ramifications of that choice. And among the ramifications...
I understand the ramifications that you're telling me, but I don't agree with them.
Well...
That's one of the, I'm here on special visitation only. You need to remember that.
Well,
rights are reserved under UCC 1-308. You need to remember that.
And we've talked about that too, but I have to take baby steps to go through this, Mr. Crane, and if you can't follow me, then we won't do it.
Here, may I have just one moment?
Yes.
This poor lawyer. Can you imagine legitimately going to school for years, then applying to law school, passing the bar, getting your license, becoming a practicing attorney, deciding to go into being a public defender because you not only care about the law so deeply, but you care about defending people who can't defend themselves because they lack the resources to get their own lawyer. And then you get assigned to this asshole thief murderer who refuses to listen to you, despite the fact that you are giving them the best defense that you can. How fucking annoying would that be? Devious Chillstra with 25 bits. I don't agree, says the sovereign citizen. Okay, my bad. You're free to go, says the judge. Is that what they think is going to happen? I have no idea. I legit don't know what they think is going to happen. Shamrock Star with 5 bits. Thank you very much. And Daddy Sume with 1 bit saying, I have arrived. Welcome, Daddy Sume. Welcome to the stream.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Nothing at all. There's nothing. It doesn't matter. We're going to go to trial. We're going to sit here. We're going to say nothing at all. I don't even want you guys representing me in the first place. You know that. My position stands firm on this. There's nothing to say. Period. Let's go ahead and go through these proceedings, but just understand that one way or another, this is you're forcing me in the contract by keeping me in a jail cell.
He's so close. You're forcing me into a contract. I hate to quote the Joker here, but we live in a society, right? Okay? And once you're born into that society, you are de facto consenting to be a part of it. Even if you don't want to. That's part of being in a society. We've all more or less signed a social contract upon our births within that society, and you can either choose to agree to it, or if enough people decide to change it, things like, you know, regime changes and policy decisions can change. But you don't get to just, as an individual, decide that you aren't part of society anymore. It's not how it works. Welcome to society. I wouldn't choose where I am specifically either, necessarily, but here we are, and you gotta work within the framework that you're given, right? If you want to go and live on an island somewhere and legitimately be sovereign and answer to no one, then that's your business, but you better go find a fucking island in the middle of nowhere where no one has jurisdiction, and you better bring a gun, because if someone else shows up without any laws, not gonna be good for you. Feminist Critique Pod says, Paralegal me always cringes at these assholes who need a couple of QAnon articles who read a couple of QAnon articles or free beacons and think they know shit. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Me confined.
It's like Dunning-Kruger in full effect. It's crazy.
Well, like I told you, I'm accepting responsibility for these charges. I don't agree with your commercial ruling. Fraud that you committed.
It's not a commercial ruling. This is a criminal courtroom. You're being charged with murder. That's a criminal offense. That's not civil. Commercial offenses would be civil. You are in criminal court.
Every day in this court, I don't know what else to do. I don't know what to do.
Well, you and I are going to engage in a conversation, and we'll see where we are at the end of it.
Let's go with that.
You understand that by pleading guilty, you are going to be facing mandatory prison for each of these 3 counts.
I understand that's what you're telling me.
The presumed sentence for the burglary charge is 11 1/4 years. It could legally go down to 7.5 years. It could legally go up to 25 years. You understand that?
I understand that.
With respect to the theft and the weapons charge, the presumed sentence is 10 years. It legally go down to 6 years. And it could legally up to 15 years. Do you understand that?
I understand, but I don't agree with
that. Yes, we know you don't agree. Wouldn't it be easier to just say, just assume everything you're about to say I don't agree with? I feel like it would save everyone a lot of time.
It would be lawful to run these concurring with each other. It would be lawful to run these stacked on top of each other. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but I don't agree with that.
Each one of these would be an 85% count. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but I don't agree with that.
In the 999 case, it's my understanding that you are intending to plead guilty to count 1 burglary with 2 prior felonies, a Class 3 non-dangerous repetitive offense committed between January 31, 2009 and February 12, 2009. Count 2, burglary with 2 prior felonies, a Class 3 non-dangerous repetitive offense committed between May 28, 2009 and June 3, 2009. Is that your understanding?
I understand it, but I don't agree with it.
Okay, I'm going to skip through this part because we get it. Yeah, I understand, but I don't agree.
Which constitution are we talking? I understand that, but I don't agree with that.
The sentences in this case could run concurrent with or be stacked on top of the other case. Do you understand that?
I do, but I don't agree with it.
Do you understand that if you plead guilty, you're giving up constitutional rights?
Which constitution are we talking about?
The United States Constitution.
Right to remain silent?
Which constitution are we talking
The
about?
The U.S. Constitution.
Which U.S. are we talking? Are we talking about the federal constitution of the District of Columbia, that U.S. Constitution, or are we talking about the states of the Union, common law constitution? Which constitution are we talking about?
They're the same thing. They're the same thing! The, sovereign citizens believe that, there's this federal entity that is within Washington, D.C. that has some sort of separate constitution. This is not the case. The Constitution of the United States is the Constitution for the United States. What do you know? Very complicated, right?
There's nothing funny about the tools
Devious
of capitalism.
Chillster says with 25 bits. So I just had a thought. This dude is charged with, like, 3 murders, right? But doesn't want to deal with our laws so he doesn't get in trouble. But then these idiots don't realize our laws are meant to also protect them. Otherwise, we could just kill them and no one would get in trouble themselves. It could just be like, oh, no laws apply to you? All right, then we're not unlawfully arresting you into the forever jail. No, some of these people, and I'm not kidding, I've heard this said in at least one sovereign citizen video that I could link, that says that they say, we have all the rights of a citizen with none of the responsibilities. So these people think the law doesn't apply to them except in the sense that it protects them. It's literally as stupid as it sounds. They're children who believe that they get all the benefits of society but don't have to pay any of the dues required as their part within the social contract. It's ridiculous.
I'm asking a question. You're not answering my question. You're committing fraud by remaining silent on this issue. My question is real simple. You're asking me questions. I'm asking you questions. I'm not trying to be difficult. I want to get this over with. I've been
You're being very difficult.
here for almost 7 years. I'm asking you a simple question. Are we working under the common law, or are we using a federal constitution?
They're part of the same legal system. The Constitution of the United States is the sort of supreme legal document of the land that outlines the responsibilities of the federal government and what powers are vested therein. And then the judicial system, which makes rulings on the law, is part of the common law. Common law is the system in which we live and how rulings brought down by courts then apply to all the districts therein that are under its purview. So that's why when the Supreme Court makes a ruling, it applies everywhere in the United States. Because in the sort of pyramid hierarchy of courts, they're at the top. So everything is within their purview within the United States. That's common law, is rulings get made on cases, and then that ruling stands and applies to all cases within the area of the court's purview for the future, unless such a time comes that a ruling is reversed or a new thing comes along and it's interpreted differently. This happens sometimes. For instance, I want to say it was Plessy versus Ferguson. Hold on. Plessy versus Ferguson. Plessy versus Ferguson, landmark decision of the Supreme Court that upheld the constitutionality of racial segregation laws for public facilities as long as they segregate. Yeah. So Plessy versus Ferguson basically said, hey, separate but equal is fine. Of course, later on, that was deemed not to be the case, although I don't think that was officially done through the courts. I think that was done... Well, let me look it up, actually. Plessy v. Ferguson overturned. When did that get overturned? Oh, duh. Brown versus Board of Education, which came some almost 60 years after the fact, overturned Plessy versus Ferguson. Okay? So, court decisions can become overturned. For instance, conservatives are really, really chomping at the bit to get a completely packed conservative Supreme Court so they can try and overturn Roe v. Wade and get abortion outlawed. So, it's how it works in a common law system. The higher the court is, the more places that the decision is going to apply to, and that's what the common law is. It's the commonality in law that we have that applies equally everywhere.
The federal Constitution, and Mr. Crane, if you don't want to engage in the rules, then that's fine. We can proceed.
I don't agree with the rules. I don't have a choice either way. You are giving me no choice. You're forcing me to have counsel. You're forcing me to go to trial. I have no choice in any of these matters whatsoever. The only thing that I can do is protect myself the best that I can. Most of this stuff, I just have a basic comprehension of. So I ask you again.
I think he's overestimating his comprehension.
Are we working under admiralty law, under statutory jurisdiction?
No. Okay, now I know he's overestimating his understanding of what's going on.
We're not. Really? Okay.
I can't tell because this is like the blurriest thing ever, and there's like 7 pixels making up the judge's face, but I'd like to think when he said, no, we're not operating under admiralty law, he had a little bit of a shit-eating grin on his face.
That's going in a lawsuit right there. You just committed fraud. Thank you very much again.
That's what they think, too. When they ask a question, like, is this admiralty court? And the judge says no, because it isn't. They're like, well, I can't be wrong. You must be lying. This is fraud. This is how a child thinks.
Giving up your right to remain silent, your privilege against self-incrimination, your right to refuse to testify, right to plead not guilty. Do you understand?
I know some of this is a little bit quiet. I hope the captions are helping you guys.
Yes, sir.
I understand that, but that's not under the original Constitution, the original Bill of Rights.
You're giving up your right to a jury trial where you be represented by a lawyer. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but I don't agree with that.
You're giving up your right to cross-examine or question any witness the state called. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but I don't agree with that.
You're giving up your right to call witnesses.
Let me guess. I understand that, but I don't agree with it.
Present evidence and testify yourself if you wanted to. Do you understand
I understand that, but I don't agree with that.
You're giving up your right to have the jury determine your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Excellent. That. I said excellent, but I don't agree with that.
You're giving up your right to have that jury determine any aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
I really don't. I really, really don't.
Your choice is to go to trial, or your choice is to plead. That's up to you.
One way or the other, I'm telling you, I did everything that you're telling me I did. It's going to happen in trial here, so yes, I agree.
Have you had enough time to think about this?
I'd say plenty of it.
Has anybody forced you to make this decision?
Absolutely.
What has forced you to make this decision?
Let's see, 7 years in confinement in 4th Avenue Jail. You guys not answering my questions. You giving me no choice. You forcing me to have counsel. You not allowing me to represent myself in a pro.
I promise you, forcing you to have an adult sit next to you to tell you how the law works is nothing but a benefit to you. The fact that you were refusing to take the advice of your counsel is the thing that is fucking you. Please stop.
Per status or proper sui juris status by you not answering my questions, by the state not answering my questions.
Has anybody threatened you to make this decision?
Absolutely.
How so?
Every single time that I'm either forced to come to this courtroom, which I am here under duress and under threat with my life.
You're not here under duress. You're here because you're under the... you are under the jurisdiction of the court. You've been arrested. You are in... what's the word? You've been... Oh, God. I'm blanking on the word now. You're in the custody of the court system. And if they say it's time to come to the courtroom for some sort of court proceeding, whether it's sentencing or whether it's you pleading or whether it's an actual trial, that's when you go.
Or further imprisonment in the 4th Avenue jail? Absolutely. What do you mean? What kind of question is that? Serious?
Are you asking that I accept your plea?
Absolutely. What are you asking me? What are you saying to me right now? And know that
You went on the premises.
doesn't matter at this point. Go ahead, correct.
I can't let you plead if there's not a crime, Mr. Crane.
Your Honor, regarding the factual basis on the misconduct involving weapons, that was actually at another location, his grandmother's house, where there was a J.C. Higgins rifle that was found. That's separate and at a different location from the.
Right on it. Every single document from that stage, from the signing process, has reserved my rights to the common law.
That was one of the issues you raised earlier. I ruled earlier.
I don't even remember raising that issue earlier.
It is subject to review, I guess. So the question I have for you is, did you get your rights restored by DPS after your felony case?
Rights restored, that's what I'm telling you.
Hello, what's
I'm
up?
sorry?
I never had to get my rights restored is what I'm telling you.
I understand what you're saying. But
I don't have a sword to defend myself. This would be assault with a foamy weapon.
I'm telling you that I never had my rights taken away from me in the first place.
Okay. In the 999 case,
You guys can say whatever you want.
Whew! That T blocker and estrogen is really just. I already didn't have a lot of upper body strength, but holy shit.
I also have estrogen, though.
Oh, I know. I know. You're in better shape than me for sure.
This is some bullshit.
in the 999 case,
I shaved my head today. Did it myself.
Very nice.
Is it true that between January 31, 2009 and February...
Hauer was present at the scene of the burglaries charged under that cause number.
Daddy Sume with 5 bits. Baha's Bay. Yes, she is.
Thanks, Daddy
On
Sume.
one of them, Judge, if I may.
That would be count 2.
That's the... So someone else was with you at the 35th Avenue, 35th Place residence, Mr.
Alright, I think that's enough of murder, sovereign citizen. We can move on to another guy. Okay, this is sovereign citizen owned by a judge. A4V claims for fine payment. Whatever
Peace
that
and
means.
love to the lost and found. It's your brother, Omani Yamakai, bringing you more electric footage from the front lines.
Do you use money? Money is a vehicle for you to go buy something?
No, because actually, according to Public Law 7310, there is no money. Because the only lawful money for us as the people was gold and silver. So
They have such a boner for the gold and silver standard on money, too. I love to ask these people, why is gold valuable? What is valuable about gold? Is it just a scarcity thing? Because it's not that scarce, really, when you think about it. There's gold jewelry everywhere. Fort Knox is full of, like, the country's reserves of gold. There's tons of the shit. But even if it's just because there's some sort of rarity involved, it could be anything, right? In an apocalypse scenario, why would gold be valuable right off the bat? It wouldn't be. Food would be. Alcohol would be. Things people want. Gold wouldn't become a thing people want until later when society gets reestablished and they want to make, like, jewelry or something.
So when the corporation went bankrupt and took all the gold from the people, 7310 actually said that because of that, because they took the gold, there's no money for us to use. So anybody demanding that you pay can't demand that you pay them in a specific way, according to Public Law 7310.
Well, at one point back in 1950-something, when they, maybe I got the date wrong, when they produced the silver certificates, the gold certificates, they took that gold and they turned it into currency in exchange for that. You ever seen a silver certificate?
I don't
Looks
think
like a
anyone
dollar.
ever seen a silver
Looks
certificate.
like
All right, now, in light of the fact that I just proved and this judge just agreed that there isn't any lawful money.
No, he did not. That's not what he said. What are you talking about? Lawful money is whatever is deemed lawful by the government in the land in which you live. I know that that's like an abstract thing, that money is just something that we all decide is a thing, but fiat currency exists, dude. Like, it's a way to try and keep the levers of power in order to, sort of run a functioning economy. You see this now with, I disagree because I think it's not going to help things long term, but like currently the Fed in the United States printing tons of money and giving no interest loans to small businesses, or what should be small businesses. Of course, a lot of big businesses have gotten them, but in order to try and keep the economy from tanking during coronavirus. The Euphorian answer with 25 bits says, I think sovereign citizens believe that Fort Knox is empty of gold. Yeah, I have heard that. Which is funny, because there have been people who've gone in and seen it. You can see video of it from various documentaries and news things. Anyway, so, although it's been quite a while, I think. Obviously, you don't want people to know exactly what your fort full of gold looks like. Anyway, my point is, fiat currency has a purpose, right? There's a reason that we're not on the gold or silver standard anymore, and most modern countries aren't, because it makes more sense to allow the Fed to print more money or recall money out of circulation in order to try and control inflation or stagnation or whatever happens to be going on in the country, and backing everything behind an actual thing like gold would limit their ability to do so.
He still sent me a presentment. We're two separate presentments, okay, and each presentment had a total due of $816. So to be safe, what I did was I prepared my own conditional acceptance, attached the 2 tickets for each one of the presentments, which total of 4 tickets. I attached the 2 presentments and the certified receipts along with the return receipt, and sent it right back to him. And ended up, I actually got pulled over 2 weeks after that and got arrested as a result of these tickets.
Dumbledore Phoenix says, fun fact, the Fed can actually make more money without printing any of it by simply increasing the balances of accounts at the Federal Reserve. Oh, I know. I just mean printing in the colloquial sense, because it gives an image of them, you know, putting more money into circulation. Obviously, it doesn't need to literally be printed. I just mean printed in the sense that they are putting more of it into the economy.
Not being taken care of. And upon appearing in court, upon going to court, should I say, here's what happened. Front lines.
Sylvester Collins.
Is he illegally recording this in a courtroom? Because it really seems like it. I can't understand it when it's in your pocket, dude. Is it in the pocket the whole time?
Official entity or corporation. I am not that person.
It doesn't include. It doesn't mean you're a corporation.
I'm sorry, but like I said, $100. Yeah, and the payments are attached for what they were asking. I wanted to show you the court. All right, I just wanted to show you the letter I put together to actually pay the tickets, the $1,600 worth of tickets. I showed you the PDF earlier, but here's the actual letter put together here with the certified mail receipt, the mail return receipt, the presentment that the courts actually sent to me, a few of the tickets. I just attached them and sent them right back to them with my conditional acceptance. That's basically what this is, a conditional acceptance letter. And this is actually how I paid the $1,600. Okay? And bring this in a little closer here. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but it says your failure to respond to my most humble request for the proof of obligation before November 1st, 2017 will constitute your acceptance for the value of the attached demand instrument. And the attached demand instrument would actually be the presentment that they sent me here telling me that I owe them 816 bucks. Now there's a second one they sent me as well for another 816 bucks to make up for the $1,600 total, and that's this one here. That's the second presentment they sent me with a few more tickets.
So this guy racked up $1,600 in tickets, whether they're moving violations or whether he doesn't have a license plate, as many of these kind of people do, whether he was driving without a license, I don't know. He has $1,600 worth of tickets within his area, wherever the court is that he was at. They sent him basically bills, legal bills, not just a bill, but it's more so. It's like a legal thing from the court saying you owe us X amount of money. And this guy thinks by stapling a piece of paper that says, I am not going to pay these tickets, this matter is closed, you not responding to me by this date means that you accept that I owe you no more money, and he sends this, and he expects this whole issue to go away. No, that's not how anything works. Silence is not consent from the court. Are you nuts? The funny thing is, if this were on the opposite foot, this guy, I guarantee, would refuse if the court took his silence as consent. He'd say, I didn't consent to this. I didn't consent to your laws. I made no contract with you. These people are such hypocrites. It's ridiculous. Hypocrisy on top of idiocy. It's like the worst game of Jenga. And then, of course, over time, it always topples down for him. This guy's going to get a bench warrant because he's not paying $1,600 worth of tickets. He's probably going to get picked up at some point. He's going to get sent to jail. Probably not prison for $1,600 worth of tickets. He'll probably get sent to jail for a month or two. On top of getting interest and fines because he hasn't paid his tickets once again. He might lose his job. It's going to fuck up his life. Because this dude thought that he knew better than a judge and lawyers. It's wild.
Same thing. So, that's basically the...
Cutie Tree says, first time watching a stream live. Been watching you and Jake on YouTube for many years now and started watching your stream VODs when working on my game. That's great. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here.
Same thing, and sent them both of these copies. Like I said, with the certified mail receipt and the return receipt. So these are the tickets. Yeah, and the payments are attached for what they were asking. I sent it to the court.
These were actually not dismissed, they were paid.
So,
I can't hear shit in your pocket. Anyway.
Locate a competent counsel and be advised. Suggest you advice from constant. Alright, so nothing you just watched in any way, shape, or form constitutes legal advice. I'm not licensed to
At least he said that. That's good.
Give legal advice, therefore I do not give legal advice. And if you need legal advice, I suggest you, I don't know, locate a competent counsel and be advised. But this is just a recap of what actually happened in this video. I was issued some fines out of the town of New Hartford. Alright, I took care of those fines with a conditional acceptance letter.
No, you didn't. You did not. They're going to continue sending you letters because you haven't paid your fines. And if you ignore those letters, you're going to get a warrant out for your arrest. What do you not understand about this? And I totally get that a $1,600 fine just screws people up. I understand that. I just had my property taxes come due, and it was about $1,000. It was my summer tax bill, and I wasn't expecting it just because I was being absent-minded and wasn't thinking about it. And that fucked me up a little bit financially for the month. I'll be fine next month, don't worry about it. But, like, it wiped out a lot of my discretionary spending. So that sucks, but it is what it is, right? I'm still going to pay it and not make up some fairy tale fake legal mumbo jumbo as to why I don't have to pay it, right? We can all talk about and work within our society to make things easier for people financially and making sure people can support themselves, but ignoring the reality and coming up with some fairy tale legal shit to try and pretend you're not in a bind is the opposite of helping you. It's gonna get you further into trouble.
Basically an A4V, acceptance for value. The DMV didn't assess their records in time, and I actually got arrested 2 weeks later as a result of that.
What a shock! Who could have seen that coming?
Here in the city of Utica. And
Welcome, Krista
upon,
Willow.
Me arriving to the city of Utica, for the matter, and presenting the conditional acceptance to the judge there, he actually upheld it. Alright. So
thank you to the Euphorian Answer with 25 bits says, is that property under common law or federal law? Funny.
So this is probably the strongest and by far probably the only evidence of a successful acceptance for value process or conditional acceptance. So that's power to the people, man. Alright, so like I said, peace and love to the lost and found. Alright, and I appreciate all of you. I definitely appreciate the donations. Okay.
Oh no, people are donating to him? That's flushing money down the toilet. They should be donating money to me. No, I'm kidding. But, that's a waste of money. He's just gonna get more fines because he's going to continue to not pay these tickets.
Share and subscribe. I'm for y'all. Y'all be for me. Please, that's all I ask.
Alright, so that's guy trying to get out of a ticket by writing a bullshit letter. What's this? Citizen fails in traffic court. This'll be fun. I always find it funny, by the way, that courtrooms in movies and TV shows look the way they look because they look like these big ceremonial, like, let me look. Movie, courtroom. I think Better Call Saul did a good job, actually, of showing courtrooms as how they typically are. Like, look at this courtroom from My Cousin Vinny. Like, Jesus. Look at these courtrooms. This is not what courtrooms look like. 99% of them do not look like this. I'm pretty sure courtrooms like this, the ones that still exist. Thank you. Cold Stare for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. Ghostbusters 2. They're all these, like, grand, like, wooden, dark oak courtrooms, and those do still exist, especially in larger jurisdictions, like the New York courts and stuff, but those are mostly used for ceremonial purposes these days, like if someone's, like, I don't know, getting sworn in on something and it needs to be done legally in a courtroom, or whatever. They're usually not used for criminal courts. Most courtrooms look like this. This is a traffic court, so it's even a little less than a typical courtroom, but, like, I've been to court, I've served jury duty. Courtrooms do not look like they do in the movies and TV. Better Call Saul had a pretty good one, let me show you that. Better Call Saul courtroom. I'm just trying to look at image. Yeah, this one's not bad. That's pretty standard. Like, that looks somewhat like the courtrooms in my city. 2 desks. Old wood paneling on the walls from probably the 70s. There's this smaller one from a bar hearing that was going on in, like, season 3. Better Call Saul's a great show, by the way, if you haven't seen it. But yeah, courtrooms are much more boring than they look on TV usually.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Daddy Sume with 10 bits, because Hannah is always in court. She goes ham on those fuckers, but the pigs keep dragging her in. I've never been arrested. I've never even gotten a parking ticket or a traffic ticket. I try and keep my nose pretty clean. I have no want to get involved with the law.
I don't think so. Are we here on pre-trial? Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, I will have to for my name change, though. You have to, in this state, go up in front of a judge to get your name changed. So when I legally change my name to Hannah, that's gonna happen. And I'm really scared it's gonna be some old white guy judge that's very confused about me being trans.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Daddy Sume, when are you going to do that? Probably when, like, coronavirus chills the fuck out. I don't want to go out unnecessarily and interact with a bunch of people in my city. But, I don't know. So now it might be pushed back to next year, but yeah, I do need to get it done. I'm also putting it off because, boy, am I going to have to contact so many places to change my legal name. I'm going to have to contact my banks, my insurance, my mortgage lender, my lender for my car, it's going to be a whole pain in the ass. And even though it'll only probably take like a day or two to get all the copies of the legal documents and send them out to people, I am not looking forward to it. I hate that kind of minutia. I hate doing, like, just call after call. I don't like talking on the phone in the first place, especially because I really, really hate my voice. Because I have a deep-ish voice for what I'm going for, right? So I don't like it, but it is what it is.
Well, I missed you guys. Glad I come back. I do have an objection to the proceedings completely overall, and the specifics of my objection I have here in writing, in which I'd like to submit for evidence to the court that I'd be more than happy to read here real quick.
Well, you can hand it forward, I'll take a look at it. I don't need to read it if you're going to hand it. It's not necessarily evidence, but it's your position. So if you want to hand it forward, I'll take a look at it.
Okay, well, I'd just like to read it real quick, if I may, please. I move this court and you, Judge, to take judicial notice.
Is he allowed to record this? Probably not, which is why it looks like it's, like, tucked down here or something. Sovereign citizens will record in court all the time when they're not supposed to.
Special visitation was forced. That my visitation is special and not general. This is my specific objection to the presumptions upon which a false conclusion of law has been administratively made with regard to my status before this court. The plaintiff in this case is an administrative officer representing the corporate and de facto Washington state, which has legislative power to compel performance upon the letter of its statutes upon all persons subject to its jurisdiction. The only due process that its legislative
It's a pretty nice modern courtroom.
Heard on the facts of the case. The corporate plaintiff in this criminal action before this court has made an unproven conclusion of law that Christopher Aaron of the Haywood family is among those persons who have lost or otherwise abandoned their status in the
peeking out of the shirt pocket, that would make sense.
Guaranteed Republican form of government, and who must perform under legislative power upon the exact letter of every legislative statute with no due process of law protection other than the right to be heard on the facts of the case. It is from this false conclusion of law that Administrative Officer Nicholas Sherman issued the contested bill of pains and penalties upon Christopher Aaron of the Haywood family. This court must take judicial notice that Christopher Aaron of the Haywood family, an unenfranchised individual, has made a contrary conclusion of law to that of the plaintiff. Christopher Aaron of the Haywood family claims his guaranteed fundamental and unalienable rights stemming from both the national and state constitutions to full due process of law in all criminal actions against him, which means he is subject only to judicial power, not legislative power. Said judicial power, when
It looks like this guy gets caught recording in court in the next video, so I'm very excited for that.
Exercised over him requires a corpus delicti, or a damaged party who has sworn out a verified complaint against him. This is lacking in criminal complaint against Christopher Aaron of the Haywood family brought on by the plaintiff. So the unlawfully charged Christopher Aaron Haywood declares that his unenfranchised status as a preamble American citizen of the guaranteed Republican form of government known as the United States of America, an inhabitant of Washington State, that without corpus delicti, no court, judicial, or legislative tribunal has a criminal jurisdiction over his personal property. Therefore, the accused specially visits before the law side of this court today, seeking its protection from the excess zeal of corporate government.
He really put some stank on that excess zeal.
Trusting that this court will assume a neutral stance at law and require the corporate plaintiff in this criminal action to prove its in rem and or in personam criminal jurisdiction over the accused to be a fact of law before this court will take on the role of judging the facts of this legislative charge brought before you. Your solemn oath of office compels nothing less from you, Judge. Therefore, I move to dismiss this case.
Request denied.
For lack of prosecution, as a prosecutor cannot testify to facts of which he has no first-hand knowledge.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would object to the motion to dismiss. I don't think there's any basis for that here today. That's why I'm thinking that trial or maybe apply for a public defender. Goes for that.
Well, if the court chooses to go ahead with the trial, I do have a questionnaire of discovery of 3 pages. And I can also submit to the court. Again, the prosecutor just wants to proceed legislatively, completely ignoring judicial.
Legislatively? What the fuck does that mean? Proceed. Let's take a look if that means anything for real. Proceed because the legislative is the branch of the government that writes laws, right? It has nothing to do with the courts. So I'm trying to figure out what he means by proceed legislatively. Is he implying that the opposing attorney or that the courts themselves are trying to write new law by charging him? Or does he just not know what legislative is? It's hard to say.
I'm not sure what that means, but I think at this point, I'm not sure exactly what we can do beyond, just setting out to do this again seems quite less likely.
I object. The court hasn't even shown jurisdiction, hasn't shown a nature and cause, and the prosecutor is not a first-hand witness.
Okay, first of all, we don't object and interrupt other people when making arguments, Mr.
I'm sorry, I thought he was finished.
We didn't interrupt you, and you.
Correct. I thought he was finished. I'm sorry.
Now you're interrupting me, so please stop it.
Mig URR said, did I know J.K. Rowling's new book is selling really badly? No, but good. Honestly, I've heard, because between Harry Potter and now, she wrote a book under a pseudonym, and I know I heard that wasn't very good. Like, I'm not particularly interested in her as an author as much as I just think the Harry Potter series is cool. Even before the TERF stuff. For the record. I'm not just being bitter. Like, I think she's, like, a jerk, but that's not why. I just particularly interested in Harry Potter, not her.
Well, Your Honor, as I was saying, I think at this point we need to either allow Mr. Haywood to screen for a public defender, maybe someone that could help him through this process, if he's amenable to that.
Wow, opposing counsel throwing a lifeline. Hey, maybe we should get him a lawyer. It's pretty clear he's nuts.
Otherwise, I don't see any other option other than saying no. Okay, so, Mr. Haywood, I don't find any basis at this stage to dismiss this action. I'm prepared to set the matter for trial. And I'm also going to ask you whether or not you intend to represent yourself pro se in that trial, or whether or not you're wishing to screen a public defender.
I would definitely not want a public defender.
Oof. Bad choice. Bad choice.
I will come in a special visitation under threat of arrest in propria persona.
Okay, those terms mean nothing.
Proper person.
Is he just listing bullshit sovereign citizen phrases now, thinking that if he says them in the right order, like a Doctor Strange arcane gate is gonna open and he can jump through it?
Living person.
So I'm going to the matter for trial. And Your Honor, it looks like speedy expires on December 3rd. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm willing to allow the prosecution more time if they need to answer all these discovery questions. They might need it.
Have you given Mr. Lombardi those documents?
I wasn't sure if I should hand them in to the clerk or...
Boy, it's almost like you should get a lawyer who knows what they're doing.
I'd ask you to file that with the office.
I do think it's kind of cool that they each have computers at their stations. I'm not sure exactly why. Normally, I'd think lawyers would bring their, like, laptops with their documents and stuff on them, but it's interesting. Undead Felis, thank you for following. You found a YouTube of a sovereign citizen legal team? Oh, no. Oh, God. Yoink. That's going in the favorites folder. Thank you. We can take a look at some of that later. Hello, McSqueeb. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, no problem.
Of a document, signed in order to that effect. I'm also going to give you a copy of a document that is entitled it's a waiver of right to counsel document that I'm going to give you a copy of. Because when have you go over this when you come back.
I'm not sure what this guy's in court for, actually. Let me see if anything. I don't.
For your trial,
not sure.
Be prepared to talk to the judge about this. This is simply a document that, as you understand and be advised and aware of the hazards or risks of proceeding without an attorney.
Dude, they're warning you. They're trying to warn you so hard not to represent yourself. Do not go into a lawsuit pro se. Even if you were a lawyer, not a good idea. Get counsel, please. The legal system is far too complicated for someone who has no idea what they are doing to navigate it. That's why people go to law school. It's why people take the bar exam.
Certainly it's your right to do that, but anyway, I'll give you.
Thank you, Judge.
And the next court date, that will be your trial date, November 26th.
Is that in the afternoon?
9 a.m. 9 a.m.
Do we have a date for the afternoon?
Can we get a date for the afternoon? I don't usually wake up early enough to be in court by 9 a.m. That's not how court works, sir. Sir, you don't get to set an appointment. No.
No more.
Maybe if you were a lawyer and you had tons of clients and you had to work around, I'd imagine the courts work somewhat within that framework and try and get everyone on the same page, both defense and prosecution. They try and make sure they have openings in their schedule on a certain day, and they coordinate with the court on that. But if you're just some guy and you're like, actually, I'm not real great with mornings, can we do it later? No. That's not how this works. You're not making a dentist appointment. You don't get to decide if it's in the afternoon.
I can't do the mornings.
Trials are always 9 a.m. There's no afternoon trial service.
Okay, well, I don't consent to that.
Get a lawyer.
That's your trial date. So we're going to proceed regardless of the consent.
Yeah, that's how courts work. You don't get to say, I declare bankruptcy or whatever. You don't get to say you don't want to consent. That's your court date. Show up or get a warrant.
With no stated jurisdiction.
His jurisdiction is that he is a judge, and this is a trial that you are involved in as a defendant. That's the jurisdiction.
Okay.
It's alleged that you have committed some crime. I don't know what this guy is again in here for, but it has been alleged that this guy has committed a crime. Therefore, the court has jurisdiction under you until the end of the trial. And frankly, even after, if you're committing crimes within its jurisdiction. But let's talk about jurisdiction, I guess, in terms of, like, them telling you what day to show up.
Well, of course I'll be here. I'll be arrested.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Well, at least he knows that he has to. Bumble Homestead with 20 bits says, my kid is learning about things to avoid asking me what stupid people is Hannah watching today.
That's the statement I read. And this is my stuff?
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's see, I just laid a stack of bricks on my side, law side, of the scales, pointing out multiple problems with the prosecutor in case. Prosecutor only had one marble for his side of the scale, and he wins, LOL. It was just a pre-trial, no big deal. Dude, you're bad at this, get a lawyer. What a fool. Is it just gonna say this through the end? He's not gonna...
Down our hallway here.
Okay, it looks like this is another one. This is a sovereign citizen getting caught recording in court. Might be the same guy, because it has text over it, and the thumbnail has the same guy.
Mr. Hayward, before my attention in prior hearings that we've recorded.
And he's doing the pocket thing, so...
Mr. Hayward, before we proceed, I do see an order of dismissal loaded in the file dismissing your case today. It's come to my attention in prior hearings that we've recorded the proceedings without the knowledge of the judge of the court, so I'm asking...
Ooh! So they found out that he was recording the court proceedings that they wound up online, somehow.
Right now, are you recording these proceedings?
For what purposes, sir? This proceeding is recorded, right?
I'm asking you if you...
Are you asking me for a testimony?
I'm asking you if you are recording this proceeding right now with some recording device.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right on that.
Not how this works.
This is not a criminal proceeding, and it's not a crime to do so. What I'm asking you is because there is a court rule that requires you to notify the court or the judge if you're going to record the proceeding.
Okay.
Because the judge or other participants in the court at the time may have an objection to that.
Okay. Is there a form to fill out?
This isn't a criminal question. This is a question of criminal procedure.
Okay.
It is a court rule that you notify the court and the judge if you're going to record proceedings. So I'm asking you, are you recording this proceeding?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right on that.
You don't have a Fifth Amendment right to something that isn't a criminal proceeding, right? That's not how this works.
I'm going to sign this.
I assume the bailiff's going to come up and take his phone.
Mr. Hayward, if we see you back in the future, you can consider the consequences of your actions. I'm allowed to put you on.
Is that a threat from a public servant? It's not a crime that there will be consequences? A roadside tasing, LOL? Dude, it's a court rule. It's a rule the court has made. That's different than a criminal proceeding, but you can get in trouble in court for that. If you aren't following the court rules, then it can become an issue. You could be held in contempt of court.
Notice that there is a court rule that requires you to notify the court and all participants if you're going to record the proceedings. You understand that?
He's not even saying you can't do it. He's just saying you need to let us know. And clearly he already knows he's recording. All he'd have to say is, yes, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a rule. I was planning on recording for posterity. Is that okay with everyone? Is there a form I need to fill out? He even asked that earlier. That would be fine. Like, as long as everyone's involved is okay with it, is that okay? They'd probably say yes, just so they can move on.
Thank you for informing me.
He says, I don't know about you, but I'm a little concerned about the behavior of our public servants, and I know WSP internet spies and trolls are smoking, steaming mad right now, and would post 10,000 complaints if I let them. Oh, great, they're deleting all the comments on their videos, too, saying that this is like, you're a dick. Good job. Dude, their cameras are out in the open. They're allowed to record. You, as a defendant, need to get permission to also record. You can think that's unfair. I'm not telling you to think that's justified. I think it's fine. But it is what it is.
I send that order, you are excused.
Thank you.
Jesus, what a psycho. What an absolute psycho. Alright, what's this one? Citizen won't consent to a search, so holds court outside. The judge even attends. Oh, God. This reminds me of back in, like, elementary school. Remember, very, very rarely, maybe once in your entire school life, they'd be like, it's real nice out. Let's have class outside.
Special circumstances of what?
Judges are
concerned
about your behavior.
My behavior.
And that's what he told you.
Did I?
Let me get a German snack. Hold on, some fans sent me like a bunch of German snacks. I'm gonna get one. Ugh. Ow. Let's see what we got in terms of German snacks. We got what's basically like a hazelnut thing. I have some Kinder bars, a Kinder Bueno. Let's try one of these Kinder Buenos while we watch this strange outdoor court proceeding.
Did I do something illegal?
Don't know.
Have I committed a crime that allows me to not come in without being searched?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then why is this happening?
Because I just told you, remember?
But see, that doesn't make sense. I'm allowed in this courtroom by law.
Right now you're not. Right now you're not allowed in here.
Oh, it smells really good.
Because I won't consent to a search. So if I don't consent, I can't go in.
That is correct. That's like the fourth time I told you.
I know that's the fourth time you've told me.
Do you not? What part do you not understand?
I don't understand any of it.
Okay. It's pretty self-explanatory, but if you have specific questions, ask me.
It's like wafery, and then there's like hazelnut spread inside. That's delicious. Baja says, try a toffee so I can live vicariously through you.
Questions you have.
Oh, it's caramel. I hate caramel. No.
What legal right do you have to keep me from a courtroom that I'm supposed to be in without consenting to a search, which I don't legally have to consent to?
You have to ask me specific questions now, because I'm not going to repeat myself 5 times.
That is a specific...
I both dislike caramel and toffee, so it wouldn't... It won't do... It'll do nothing but make me not like it.
Big question.
Break it down in parts then. What do you want to know?
This is awesome, though.
Here because you won't be
For
searched.
what?
Because they're worried you have weapons.
They're worried I have weapons. Really?
They're worried, and we're worried.
Really?
Yes. Why would
For
we
what?
be doing this?
For
We're
what?
going to be doing this.
You're
for
worried
any
if I potentially I...
Chat's freaking out. I guess I'll try it. I'm not gonna like it though. I'll spit it out if I don't like it.
Have rights? You're worried that I have rights?
Not even close to what I said.
Is it a right to bear arms?
That is, yes.
Under the Bill of Rights?
Toffee, die Haselnuss in Caramel mit Nougat Cream und Schlockenlade. My family's from Germany, so. Caramel? Do you suck on these or do you just bite them? They look cool. I doubt I'll like them though. Yeah, he wants to have a right to have a gun in court, which is not a thing.
Rights.
Yes. In certain
So
instances,
if-
as long as you're not a convicted felon.
Am I a convicted felon?
Don't know.
You don't know.
No. I don't.
This officer here just said he knows who I am.
Scott, I don't know your past or anything like that. I don't know what convictions that you've had or anything.
We don't.
I know that you're Scott.
Cold Stare says they're gross.
I'm trying to.
I don't like toffee or caramel. I like nothing in this. So I don't know why you guys want me to try it other than to make me
I
suffer.
want to go in there and discuss. I came with papers.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, that's what I told you up front is I want to see you be able to do that. But the judge is extremely worried.
You have a right to trial, man. You just can't come in right now without us searching you.
I'm not going to be searched, so you're preventing me from going in this courtroom.
That's the judge also though requested that. So he himself.
That's not a lawful order.
It is. It's a lawful order to be searched before you enter a courtroom.
There's nothing funny
look at
about the
this.
tools of capitalism.
Right there.
This is
so
gonna be
easy.
disgusting.
They're delicious. It has hazelnut in the center.
I don't like caramel or
Just
toffee.
try it.
There's nothing
This is
funny
abuse.
about the tools of capitalism.
Not a fan.
But you didn't spit it out.
Still don't like caramel.
Guess you can give him to Jake.
Sure.
You are preventing me from going in a courtroom where I have a trial.
What?
I said, what other shit you got in here?
Daddy Sume,
Because
stop
I won't
with the
consent
ASMR.
to you
Sorry.
taking away my rights.
We didn't say that.
I won't consent to a search,
see those?
and you have no authority to search me to come in here.
That's why we asked you if you'd be willing
And
to
I
do
said no, but I have a court that I've been ordered to come to, and you're preventing me.
Saltlets.
You're preventing me from coming in here.
Yes.
Okay. Would you escort me to the restroom so I
Nope,
can
you're
pee?
not coming in the building.
I can't come in this building at all.
Nope, not right now.
Not without being searched. It's a good pretzel.
We have to address the court.
Are they vegan?
What's that?
We have to address the court portion of it first.
Address what court portion of what?
Because the judge is not going to stay and hang out.
You have
here.
like 3 minutes. The judge will decide if he's going to continue your case or find you guilty or not guilty or hold over.
He has his thug sitting here, not letting me in, and yet
You need to get searched. If you would let them search you, you would be let in.
he wants to sit here and pretend to do what? You're
These are good
keeping me from
pretzels.
going into somewhere, and then he gets to make a decision whether
What do
I'm
you think?
allowed to be in there or not.
He does, in this case.
In this case.
Only
You
because
se-
in the past you've evidently created problems. I was never here for that.
What have I created problems
I don't know.
with?
I wasn't here.
I asked questions.
Don't know. I don't know that part of the history, man. I'm sorry.
Sergeant Duff.
Yep.
Can I talk to you, please, man?
It's a
Yeah.
seal?
Yep, but you got to back away from me.
Why is that?
Just get away from me, man. I don't want you this close.
Can you look at me in the eyes?
Just step back.
Don't touch me. Get your hand off me.
Step away from me.
Then step back.
I'm just trying to talk to you.
No,
and
you're
have
not playing games.
No, I'm not. I
Put
want
him in
to
a
you're not.
have a friendly conversation.
No, you don't.
We can have it at this length right here. I'm comfortable with this.
You're comfortable with this.
See, you don't want to have a conversation. You keep deferring and
Stop. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's my one joke.
Either.
Listen, what have I done?
That I don't know, man. I really don't.
Has there been a criminal complaint against me?
Nope.
Okay, I'll stop munching. Sorry, everyone.
Some hardcore criminal that I'm going to come in here and harm somebody.
Because evidently, past actions, which is what the judge
What
told
past
you,
actions?
I don't know. I don't know the
Nobody's told me past actions. That's
well,
why
the judge just did.
He didn't explain anything to me.
You can write him a letter if you want and ask him to explain. But you can't come in until we pat you down, or you decide you're not going to show up, or...
No, I'm here to show up, but nobody's allowing me inside. I am trying to continue and finish this matter.
This is what we do every day. All we want you to do is take care of your business, right? And the judge is concerned.
Concerned about what?
What he told you.
That's a lie.
Which he could be, but it's still his concern, okay?
But his concern doesn't mean that I need to be patted down.
It does. Everyone needs to be, like, checked before they come into a courtroom. Whether it's just a metal detector, like the court that I've gone to jury duty for, everyone goes through a metal detector and their stuff gets searched. And you're not allowed to bring cell phones into the building at all. It's fine. It's fine. It's a courtroom. Of course you're going to do that.
I am trying to come in here.
It does in this instance. Unfortunately for you, it does.
How in this instance? Could you look at me in the eyes, please? I'm trying to talk to you man to man.
Yep.
I am not a violent person. I am not aggressive.
Right. I know.
I have come here to deal with business.
This is what we do, man. You can't come in here today
without being searched.
However, once he decides if he's going to drop the case, continue the case, or find you guilty, after that moment, I'll go talk to him again, and we'll decide what the next course for you is, if you want to appeal it, okay? And I'll decide if you can go to the bathroom at that time.
This is really silly. I don't know what the heck has gotten into you. Why are you guys so worried? Do you realize, sir, that you're bound under oath to the Constitution, as is he?
Yes.
Do you take your oath seriously?
Yes.
Do you understand your oath?
Most of it, I guess. Not all of it. There's stuff I don't understand.
Have you looked at the court records from the Superior Courts at all, ever?
Only in my cases.
Do you understand?
Only in my cases.
Okay, do you understand the Bill of Rights?
Most of it, not all of it. I don't know it as good as I should.
Could you look at me in the eyes? I'm trying to have a conversation and you're just looking away.
Yeah.
You don't have a constitutional right to eye contact. Just so you know.
What else is it that you need to know?
If you have an oath to office, then why don't you honor it? You are
I am
breaking.
honoring it. I'm honoring it by the citizens of Redmond, serving the citizens of Redmond, not just you. And I'm serving the judge and the people in the court and everybody in this building, not just you. And right now, the greater good is all this building and all these people and that judge, not you, right now.
So you don't serve me then?
I do.
You only serve them?
You serve the greater good, and right now, you're not the greater good. You're a single individual.
Do you really understand what you serve? Would you
I don't think you understand. Your rights are not paramount over the rights of everyone else, right? Within the courtroom, other people also have a right to safety. So, it stands to reason, it's reasonable to search you to make sure you don't have anything you're not supposed to have within a courtroom, like weapon.
Do you ever want to sit down with me, Mr. Duff, and have a cup of coffee and go over some of this stuff to see what you're really doing?
Only if it would help you be more...
Thank you, Daddy Sume. One bit. I live in an old New England city. We have a very old courthouse that is extremely ornate. It's got huge foyer and has a really nice vaulted ceiling and white marble floors and all that shit. And even then, we need to be searched before going in, but I live in a city. I think every courtroom in the country basically requires a search or at least metal detector walkthrough.
Compliant when you're in any courthouse.
Comply with what?
According to the judge,
I
you
am
have
under
a history of having problems in here.
I've never had problems in here.
Well, that's why we're here today.
Because he said that? Because he is breaking the law, and I have proof and evidence of it? And I would love to sit down and show you that. I can show you what the law says. I can show you the Bill of Rights, all of it. I would love to
Okay, the Bill of Rights isn't the only thing that comes into play. The Bill of Rights is part of the Constitution, and it guarantees 10 rights, more or less. You can kind of sub, like the First Amendment, for instance, covers free speech, right to assembly, free press, all that stuff. But basically, that's part of the First Amendment. So you have 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights. But those things are not the end-all, be-all. The Bill of Rights has been interpreted by the courts time and time again. So you have a right to bear arms, but you do not have a right to bear arms everywhere. A courtroom can tell you, no, you cannot have a gun.
sit down and talk to you and educate you about your oath to office, about what's really going on here.
Well, right now what's going on here is you have probably 13 more minutes to decide if you're gonna go to court or not.
I'm sitting here right now trying to go to court, and you're refusing to let me go to court.
Yep. So at 10:15, we'll go ask the judge what he wants to do.
That's fine.
And then we'll figure it out, okay? And then we'll figure out about you going to the bathroom after that. But probably what's going to occur when the judge says yes or no, if the judge says no, we'll let the lady get out, the judge get out.
Lieutenant Havoc says, when I started my internship at the district attorney here in Germany, I was checked as well for weapons, had to go through a metal detector and was patted down. They even looked into my bag. Later on, I could use the side entrance, yeah.
But right now, you just can't go in.
It's reasonable.
This building unless you get patted down.
I'm not giving up my rights at any time, and I'm reserving all my rights at all times.
100% understand that.
I'm going to skip ahead whenever the judge shows up.
I just want to show you. This is Utah
Okay.
Power and Light Co.
Yep.
Okay, that's the law. That's Supreme Court law.
I see what you're saying.
Is the law is the law. So how can I even be...
All right, so let me do this. If I go in there and ask the judge, he's contesting the jurisdiction is one of his sticking points right now, and that's what he's worked up about. Can you give me something to prove that you have the jurisdiction and bring it out here?
Not something. I gave him a list of things that he needs to prove.
What is it?
All of this. Oh, I wrote it out. He's got
Well,
28...
Jurisdiction is what I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
That is jurisdiction.
Well, we're either going to have a trial today or we're not.
I'm sorry?
We're either going to have a trial today or we're not. So if you're not going to consent to be searched, we're not going to have a trial. So you're going to lose your chance to put on your side of things, besides your jurisdictional argument, which I've already considered and denied.
It's not deniable.
You've got a right to a...
It is deniable. It is. If you say, objection, court, I believe you don't have jurisdiction, and the court goes, we do have jurisdiction, actually, denied. That's a denial. You've been denied.
Appeal my ruling to the circuit court. There are time limits on that. You need to contact them about those appeal requirements.
I'm trying to come in here and
All you got to do is tell me you have no weapons on you.
I don't have to answer your question.
Weepy Lil Sheepy with 25 bits says, sometimes I think about these kinds of people and think about how alone they must be. Like, they must be a drain to be around, that nobody must willingly want to be around them. I can't imagine that life, yeah. It's crazy. And, like, the judge even lowered the bar. The judge is even like, we don't even have to search you. Just tell me you don't have weapons. And he refuses, meaning he definitely has a gun on him. Which means you can't come into the courtroom. Jesus.
Questions. That is not the law.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Fadley.
We're done. We're done.
Mr. Fadley.
Sir.
If you're going to not allow me in the courtroom, this must be discharged.
I will allow you in the courtroom
No.
if you tell me you have no weapons on you.
I'm not. This is not a conditional matter.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, are you going to determine a ruling on it then, or are you going to set it aside, continue it?
No, I'm not going to continue it. So we're all here for the trial. I'm going to hear the deputy's testimony. If you want to file an affidavit, that's fine. But
that's what I was
so
talking
one thing or the other, we're done for today. If you don't want to come in here and put on your case in person, that's your decision.
So you won't be able to show your side. So trial's still going to go.
Okay, I tell you what. I would be happy to accept this, but in return, I would like to see the charging documents and your proof of jurisdiction.
That's not how this works. The judge has given you a condition. Period. This is not a negotiation.
I am absolutely willing to oblige you, but in exchange, I would like a charging document. I'd like to see...
The ticket's the charging document.
Okay, then I would like to see a verified criminal complaint, and I would like to see your proof of jurisdiction. I'm agreeing to your terms with the condition that you prove these things.
Yeah, and those conditions are don't apply.
These Bueno bars aren't too many calories either. I'm actually surprised. This is off topic, I'm sorry, but like these are only like 150 calories. It's not too bad.
In this case, the charging instrument is the ticket, and you've been served with that.
You really are a professional liar. That's okay.
Walk inside, Judge, and charge that fucker. Fuck this guy.
Can I see your bar card, please? Could I please see that before I leave?
My bar number is 812194.
Not your bar number. I'd like to see the bar.
No one who the fuck carries their bar membership card around with them? It would be like me carrying around my social security card. Like, that would be a supremely bad decision. You would keep that somewhere. If you need to be identified like this, he gave a number. You could look it up if that's something that you're one to do. But you don't need to see the literal card.
My card on me.
You don't carry your card on you?
Yeah.
What is the number again?
812194.
812194.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how's your name spelled on that card?
It's on the ticket. It's on your paperwork.
That's pretty savage. It's on the ticket, bitch. I love it.
Could you tell me how it's spelled directly on there? I'm asking you a question.
It's spelled the same way my name is spelled on the correspondence you received.
Exactly the same.
I don't know whether it's exactly the same, but it's Charles Fadley.
And is there a middle name spelled out? Is there a junior? Is there anything else?
There may be an N.
Does it spell it out? Maybe an N? I mean...
These questions are ridiculous.
Well,
Look, I've asked you a question you wouldn't answer, and I've answered your questions.
I'm not obliged to answer your question. You're my public servant.
There's nothing to do with this ticket.
This absolutely has everything to do with this ticket.
Okay. Sir, are we going to have a trial today or not? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Who is sir?
I think that's your answer.
That judge gave way more time and patience than I think I would have been able to.
Yep.
All right, Your Honor, so you're going to be witness of this, Scott. You're trespassed from this building for life.
For the city manager.
For the city manager. In this
Can I ask a couple questions?
No,
I'm asking a couple questions.
Sir, you have to leave.
Hold on, before I'm asking a question. I do have business to attend.
From the building.
Can I please ask you a question?
No. The answer is no. You cannot.
Sir, if you're going to trespass me...
Scott, leave or you will go be arrested for trespassing for the city manager.
Per the city manager.
Yes, goodbye.
You wore sandals to court. I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it does. That was pretty good. That was a good one. Let's see what this one is.
Henry Eldon, I need you whoever that may be to have a seat with the defendant's table. Right here with me, Eldon.
I may have seen this one before.
I'm a witness today of this. Okay. I'm a witness. Okay. Okay. What I'm saying is, he is present, and he's chosen not to step up there. He's not. He's asking not for a.
Seen this one? Okay. This one's titled 4 Sovereign Citizens Arrested for Contempt in Hawaiian Traffic Court. Oh no. 4 of them. That's gonna be bad. It's a gaggle of sovereign citizens.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
The Ender 92 with 5 bits. These videos make me cringe so hard that I feel like I'm going to shrink inside my own butt and disappear into a black hole. Nice.
Tamashiro here. Some of you on Hawaii Island and maybe other areas of the world might have heard about 4 court observers, 4 Hawaiian...
Daddy Sume says the proper term is a Karen of sovereign citizens. That's pretty good. I think that's official. That's canon now.
National Court observers. We were in Waimea Court, and we were defending a man's right to due process and the right to travel. We had asked quite patiently and quite respectfully right out of the beginning that could we have our case, our young friend Camison Carlos Elazar, could we have his case be heard in the alphabetical order? And instead what has happened to him several times now is because we do challenge jurisdiction, we do ask, has any man or woman claim that any of us have done any harm? You know, right now this is a case of state of Hawaii.
Asking if a court has jurisdiction over you is not questioning a court's jurisdiction. That's a real thing a lawyer could do if there's questions as to if the court actually has jurisdiction over the case. Not in this case. Not if you just get a traffic ticket in Hawaii and you're trying to see if the court has jurisdiction over you as someone in Hawaii. They do. That's not what that means.
A corporation versus this man or that man. Typically, those people are, in their world, straw people anyway. But the real man, Camison Carlos Elazar...
Like, if you're, for instance, ticketed by a county sheriff, and it turns out you're like 7 blocks past the jurisdiction that the ticket is written in. Theoretically, ideally with a lawyer, you could be like, this ticket isn't valid, the deputy didn't have jurisdiction where we were, whatever. Even then, I doubt it's going to get entirely thrown out. But that's questioning jurisdiction, right? Whether or not the ticket was lawful because it was done within the jurisdiction of where it was written, right? And where it was sent to in the courts. Just saying that you're sovereign and laws don't apply to you has nothing to do with jurisdiction.
His grandmother, myself, and another friend, Terry Wen, we were there to demand our unalienable rights to full disclosure, due process, to examine claims and facts and evidence. We start out, as I said, very respectfully and quietly. But as soon as the judge, her name is Kanani Laubach, the woman,
I'm going to skip ahead to the actual court stuff.
She realizes there's people for 30 days. And the
Excuse me. I took off my work because I want to support a man who will stand in honor. And I heard you guys would skip his name last time too. And we cannot allow you to keep doing that.
Okay, so I'm going to advise you, sir, regarding summary contempt of court.
No.
Yep.
Listen,
no.
I came in, ma'am.
No. This happens every time. Okay, so I'm gonna advise because this is, look what you guys do every time you guys come to court. This is what happens. You cause a disruption in my court.
Case 26 and page 24.
I'm really curious what the previous interaction had been that she so immediately knew what was going on and knew that these people were just here to cause trouble. Clearly she's had previous interactions with them.
Excuse me. I took off my work because I want to support a man who will stand in honor. And I heard you guys would skip his name last time too. And we cannot allow you to keep doing that.
Okay, so I'm going to advise you, sir, regarding summary contempt of court.
No.
Yep.
Listen,
no.
I came in, ma'am.
No. This happens every time. Okay, so I'm gonna advise because this is, look what you guys do every time you guys come to court. This is what happens. You cause a disruption in my court, and I cannot allow it.
Disruption of my court? When we the people require... Oh, Jesus Christ. When we the people require natural law due process, we were immediately threatened with contempt of court and jail time, and this tactic of intimidation is not Pono. Let me see what that means. Hawaiian word commonly rendered as righteousness. For instance, the Hawaii state motto, Ua mau ki I o ka aina ai ki pono, or the sovereignty of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. Interesting. Oh, yeah, if the judge says something about, like, my court, it is their court. They're the judge. It's our court in the sense that, like, the court is given its power via consent of the governed, whatever you want to talk about. But, like, it's their court, right? They're in charge of the courtroom. If you're doing something that can be construed as contempt of court, they're allowed to tell you and warn you. Jesus.
So I'm going to advise. I'm going to advise you of summary contempt of court. We have enough. We have a vehicle to. Okay, so I'm going to advise you of summary.
Like the captain of a ship. Sure, that's a good example. If we're on a ship and the captain, and you're doing something on the ship the captain doesn't like, the captain could be like, you need to stop. This will not fly on my ship. And you go, oh, my ship? We're all on the ship. This is our ship. Like, okay, I guess, technically, if you want to start, like, a communist revolution on the boat, that's, like, your business. But it doesn't change the fact that the captain is in charge of the ship, right?
Contempt of court. If you willfully cause a disruption in the immediate view and presence of the court, I can take you into custody and sentence you to 30 days in jail forthwith. So if you want to continue disrupting the proceeding, I have to advise you, I'm going to charge you with summary contempt of court. I'm going to find you guilty and sentence you to 30 days. Okay, all right, so I'm going to charge you, sir. What is your name? I'm going to charge you, sir, the male individual with a navy blue shirt with initials RVKA on it. You are hereby charged with the violation of HR Section 710-1077-1A that you did recklessly engage in disorderly or contemptuous. What's your name, sir?
Oh my god, you're gonna get contempt too! Well, it says 4 arrested for contempt, so I guess they all get contempt, but holy crap. Again, even if you have no respect for the institution of the court for whatever reason, and that's your right. Within this country, you can have whatever views you want. If your view is that the court is bad and you don't like them, that's fine. Nonetheless, when you are within the court, you are within their jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of the judge. You're within the judge's courtroom. And if you choose, which is your right, that you want to disrespect and not follow the rules of the court, you can do so, but you're gonna face the consequences of that, because the judiciary needs to function, and it can't function if people are allowed to disturb its proceedings constantly, which is why contempt of court is a thing.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Gene Tomashiro.
Gene Tomashiro. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm
write it
also...
down. Write it down.
I'm also
Ooh, multiple camera angles.
charging you, Mr.
You can charge me with anything. The first thing you gotta do, man, is you gotta prove jurisdiction. And all these people in here know this. They know this. Nobody's doing any harm and you're extorting money.
Recklessly engaged in disorderly...
Yeah, why don't you talk to me man to woman, please?
Because you're not showing me any respect.
I'm showing you respect. I want some due process. Please, stop doing that. Can we talk like real people?
On my calendar, sir. You're not on my calendar.
I tell you what, this crime affects everybody in Hawaii.
Committed during the sitting of the court.
This is our court. This
Okay.
is the people's court. Go ahead and hold your court, please. Continue to hold your
We're
court.
gonna leave. We can leave now. We're gonna leave now because you don't give us due process.
What's your people's court?
Thank you, Havoc2033, for following.
These guys know. Sister, these guys know. You gotta stop Shibai already, okay?
I feel like this, well, I guess he's not even a bailiff, he's just a sheriff. I think he's just waiting for the contempt ruling to come down so he can go arrest this person. And for the record, I have no idea what this is about. It's possible that these people could be morally right, whatever. Maybe some of their, like, land is being, like, infringed upon or whatever. I have no idea. I don't know. But this is not the way to go about it, right? This is counterproductive to whatever they are trying to do. Actually, it's a traffic court, which makes me think this isn't about anything important. This is a traffic court. Someone got a ticket, and they're just mad. Never mind. I take back what I said about them perhaps being Pono, which is a word I learned today.
Charging you now, hereby charged with the violation of HR. We're going to need 3 separate vehicles to take all parties to jail. You 3 are hereby charged with the violation of HR. Section 710 You all did recklessly engage in disorderly or contemptuous behavior committed during the sitting of the court in its immediate view and presence, and directly intending to interrupt.
So you know, we require all
Yeah. I feel what this guy's feeling. He's like, ooh, not with them. Gonna move. Feel free to arrest.
Put it in writing. Put what you want to say in writing and send it to us.
The court will reflect no response. Excuse me. Female as to the black and white. Okay, ma'am, in the Navy.
Does she think saying excuse me is gonna somehow magically wipe away the contempt judgment they just got?
You're harming a woman. You are harming a woman. You are harming a woman.
Committed during the sitting of the
Her gender has nothing to do with the fact that she committed contempt of court, and I agree again that I think sheriffs and police within the United States treat perps too roughly and they don't de-escalate. But, like, the fact that she's a woman has nothing to do with this.
You're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. And we can prove it. Everybody here know.
So, ma'am, what is your name?
We're gonna be alright. Are you guys witness, yeah?
Ma'am, what is your name? Ma'am, what is your name? And the blue sweatshirt.
You got any reporters?
So the
Report
court will
this,
know
please.
that the female party
No harm.
sweatshirt and black jeans
I'm a woman.
been charged.
This is our court. This is the people's court. There's a crime being committed here.
Immediate view and presence of the court.
There's a crime being committed by this man who's holding me hostage.
I declare hostage! That's not how this works. Being under arrest isn't being held hostage. Let's look at the actual definition of hostage. Hostage. Not a movie. A person seized or held as security for the fulfillment of a condition. Yeah, no. That's not what it is. It's not some ransom. You're being arrested. Those are different things.
Charge is a petty misdemeanor.
I'm a woman. Is there a man or woman here claiming I do harm?
That's not how this works. Yes, the judge. The judge is saying you do harm by committing contempt of court, fucking up the court schedule, and making sure that everyone around you who was waiting for their turn to have a speedy trial doesn't get it in a proper time frame. There you go. Pretty easy.
Accordingly, there is no right to a jury trial. So the substance of the charge that we engaged in the following behavior. So the court first did the male in the navy blue shirt. The female in the black and white shirt with the glasses on top of her head also committed contentious behavior by interrupting the court's proceedings and harming the respect to the clerk party. The male party sitting down, who was identified as Jean Tomashiro, also did the following: engage in contemptuous behavior by interrupting the court's proceedings.
Okay, we get you're a woman. It has nothing to do with this.
Impairing the respect to the court's party, and the female party currently handed up in the navy blue sweatshirt did also engage in contemptuous behavior, interrupting the court's proceedings.
This is our court. This is the people's court.
So, male party in the navy blue shirt, do you understand the charge? Court will reflect no response. Female party in the black and white t-shirt, do you understand the charge? Court will reflect no response. Male party sitting down, Jean Tomashiro.
There's a certain irony to sovereign citizens banding together. Yeah, maybe they should get together and make a set of rules in a community that they can all live together in, and maybe in order to enforce those rules, they'll have to, you know, anoint some of them so they can maybe sit in the front of a room and decide that all the rules are being followed and interpreted correctly. This could work, guys. I think they're on to something.
Mr. Kamoshiro, you understand the charge?
I'm a woman being harmed.
Like no response.
No, I have a response. I have a response. Stop. Don't just talk out of the piece of paper. Be a real person, okay? Listen, I understand that I comprehend that you are operating without due process. Hello?
This is embarrassing.
Come on.
Ooh, called the judge dumb. That's a bad move.
Yeah, exactly. Hello? I'll stand in honor, will you? That's how afraid you are, Judge. Yes, you heard me. Let's go. Come on, let me go. Let's talk right now.
Mr. Kamoshiro,
Yes,
you wish me?
you heard
Okay,
me.
come up here and tell me what
Let's
do you want
go.
to say regarding the
Let's talk
here
right
on.
Ho'oponopono dialogue to make things right. Gotcha.
On the mic.
Hallelujah.
So
It's
I'm
about
charging you.
time.
Hold on. I'm charging you with contempt of
No,
court.
no, you
Summary
can't
contempt of
charge
court.
me with nothing. You know why?
I'll give you
Because
1
we
minute.
have filed claim year after year about Hawaii's true political status. Listen carefully, because I'm telling you something you already know. Now, you swore an oath to serve and protect. You perjure your oath every time you don't respond with due process. If my facts are incorrect, put it in writing and let's take it to the Attorney General and the Governor. All these guys are puppets to the crime. All people who are BAR. What does BAR stand for? British Accreditation Regency.
Let's see. Bar Association. A bar association is a professional association of lawyers as generally organized in the countries following the Anglo-American type of jurisprudence. The word bar is derived from the Old English European custom of using a physical railing to separate the area in which the court business is done from the viewing area for the general public. Again, do these people, you could get a dictionary of, like, etymologies, an encyclopedia of them, I don't know what you would call it. Yeah. Not good.
In 1871, when they created the federal corporation, listen, did I say anything incorrect? You stop
Yes. Yes, you did. You said a lot of incorrect things.
me if I'm lying. You stop me if I'm lying. The reason why I gotta get excited is because
Logarth, admittedly, a lot of Hawaii should be sovereign, but U.S. government. Oh yeah, I agree. And we can talk all day about, like, how the government has annexed territories that, like, America had no right to. America itself. First Peoples, I think, would agree. But, like, that's not what we're talking about here, right? This guy's going about this entirely the wrong way. You're not gonna get land that may be rightfully yours back by screaming at the judge in a traffic court. It's a traffic court!
you're extorting money from innocent people who are not doing harm. Hello, Judge. Hello. Look at me. Talk to me. You asked me.
So the court is going to make the following findings. I give you opportunity to be heard.
No. You're not.
Okay, they're saying that this person's being kidnapped when they're probably just being arrested.
The court is making. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I don't care.
No. It's
I'm not going to
agreement.
respond.
Bring facts and evidence that the state is lawful in Hawaii. Look me in the eye and tell me the state is lawful in Hawaii.
Okay.
You
So
cannot.
The court is
You
going
cannot.
to make the following findings.
Oh boy.
That
I'm
the
walking.
court makes the
I'm
following
walking.
findings beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'm walking because you're not showing me due process. That's not respect.
A
We've
hearing
done this too many
on
times.
September
It's over.
26, 2017, a hearing was held before the court, judge of the district court, Kanani Laubach of the Third Circuit, State of Hawaii, to determine whether the male party in the navy blue shirt, the female party in the black and white shirt, Mr. Gene Tomashiro, and the female party in the navy blue sweatshirt should be held in criminal contempt of court in violation of HR Section 710-1077-1A, recklessly engaged in disorderly or contemptuous behavior committed during the sitting of a court in its immediate view and presence, and directly tending to interrupt its proceedings or impair the respect due to its authority, under the circumstances described in HR Section 710-1077-3A. This offense shall be treated as a petty misdemeanor. The court will note that the male party in the navy blue shirt, the female party in the black and white shirt, and the female party in the navy blue sweatshirt have left the courtroom. After full consideration of all the evidence, the court hereby concludes each contender guilty of a summary direct criminal contempt in violation of HR Section 710-1077-1A, based upon the following facts made beyond a reasonable doubt. The contenders, the court will list each four, did immediately engage
I just asked,
in
why did you
contemptuous
skip
behavior
Camison's case?
by interrupting the court's proceedings and impairing the respect to the court's authority, by speaking out of turn, by yelling at the court, and by
Yeah, just like that. Now you're getting it.
engaging in contemptuous behavior. Each contender committed the offense in the immediate view and presence of the court. The court has knowledge of all the facts constituting
Show me the
offense.
facts, please.
Based upon the guilty
Hello, show
of
me the facts,
each contender,
Judge.
the following sentence is imposed.
You're doing harm,
each
lady.
defendant is committed to the custody of the Director of Public Safety to be incarcerated for a period of 30 days, mit to issue forthwith.
You're
So
going
I'm
to do
signing
harm
each order.
in front of all
So
of these good people. You're going to do harm like
The
that.
court will
Why don't
do
we
the
try
order,
whole
so
Pono
30
Pono
days,
first?
Mr. Tomashiro. 30
Why don't we
days.
try whole Pono Pono?
30 days.
Look at me and do that.
30
It's on
days.
you, pal.
I'm guessing, even though the camera wasn't on her, she then looked to him the second time when she said it.
30 days.
Why are you guys doing this? You guys keep obeying. This is treason. It's not due process. Pay attention, you guys. It's coming to everyone.
Yeah.
Hello, Judge. Hello. Look at me. Talk to me. You asked me.
You're harming me. Ow! Ow!
Documentary video, if you will, of our experience in the state of Hawaii court system. Basically, for natural law Hawaiians requiring due process to examine claims with facts and evidence. But in this case, as in so many cases, the process in corporate law, which the state of Hawaii is a corporation, just
No, it's not.
like the United States, it's a corporation.
No, it's not.
They're operating in corporate law, otherwise
No, they're not.
known as maritime or admiralty law.
Nope.
Law that is written by man, typically.
All law is written by man. If we're talking about actual law and not like physical law.
Derived from politics and money, the influence of politics and money. We are advocates of, and we're grateful that Hawaiian Kingdom 1839 and America 1776, both based on God's natural law. The three principles of natural law adjudication are very simple. What is the truth? Was any harm done? And what is the status of agreements? Be truthful, do no harm, and honor your word.
Let's look up natural law to see if it's an actual thing. Senshini says physical laws are still written by man. Well, yeah, in the descriptive sense, not in the prescriptive sense. A body of unchanging moral principles regarded as a basis for all human conduct. Natural law is seen as being independent of and pre-existent to the positive law of any political order, society, or nation-state. Such genesis is seen as determined by nature, whether that reflects creation, evolution, or random chance. And the notion, so like they're saying it's almost like a divine law that like exists outside of the judicial system. No, not how that works. Not how that works. Alright, let's move on to another one. Nunchuck sovereign citizen found guilty. Oh boy, previous video. Let's watch the previous video and then we will. That's an update. Okay. This guy was arrested in Miami. 43 allegedly assaulted victim with nunchucks. Mental evaluation ordered for accused assailant. Miami County, Pequot man was prompted a response from the Pequot Sydney Tactical Response Team in January, was back in court this week. A pretrial...
Miami County, a Piquet man who prompted a response from the Piquet Sydney Tactical Response Team in January was back in court this week. A pre-trial conference was held in Miami County Municipal Court for Lenville C. Persinger, 43, who is facing numerous charges, including first-degree felony aggravated burglary, second-degree felonious assault, third-degree felony tampering with evidence, first-degree misdemeanor inducing panic, second-degree misdemeanor obstructing official business, and second-degree misdemeanor criminal damaging. Judge Sam Huffman ordered a forensic evaluation this week after a motion was filed for the evaluation for Persinger's competency and mental condition. Persinger was charged in connection with a report of a neighbor breaking into the apartment on the 1000 block of Park Avenue and assaulting the male resident with nunchucks on Jan. 22. Persinger, the alleged assailant, was known the Piquet Police Department as a self-identified sovereign citizen who refuses to comply with our requests and orders based on these beliefs, according to assessment of the risks present.
Okay, let's see what he has to say now.
I'm Steve Baker, WHIO.com, in a Miami County Common Pleas courtroom. We're seen being escorted into that court, Lenville Persinger, age 43 of Piquet, claiming he is a sovereign citizen, which means he believes that he is not subject to any government laws and sees himself not answerable to the courts. But on this day, he enters a plea of no contest to charges of attempted felonious assault and tampering with evidence. His arrest came back on January 22nd.
Look at that fucking... That's ridiculous. Did you really need the fucking military truck to come arrest guy with nunchucks? Jesus Christ, the cops in this country are fucked.
In Piquet, when he forced his way into an apartment of a neighbor after hearing the next-door boyfriend and girlfriend arguing. He then held Piquet police at bay for several hours in his Park Avenue apartment. Back in the courtroom, Judge Christopher G. accepted his plea bargain, found him guilty, and delayed sentencing until July the 2nd. 2 weeks ago, the same judge found Persinger competent to stay in trial. The maximum sentence could be 6 years in prison. Persinger continues to be held in the Miami County Jail, awaiting that sentencing. From our Northern Bureau for WHIO.com, I'm Steve Baker reporting.
Stupid. Sovereign citizen versus judge, right to travel. And there's a second part too, which we'll watch. Oh, the second part's unavailable. Nonetheless, let's check out part one.
Is a requirement of the charge, sir.
Well, also, am I not in the wrong court? Because you work for Salt Lake City Corporation, she works for Salt Lake City Corporation, and the police department works for Salt Lake City Corporation.
I can't hear it.
Balance against each other. At that trial, you don't have to present any evidence if you don't want to, because it's not your burden to try to convince me you're innocent. It's their burden to try to convince me you're guilty. But if you do wish, if you choose to present evidence, you'll get that opportunity. But make sure you have all the witnesses and evidence with you on that day. For instance, if you tell me on that day, well, I have a witness, but they're not here, obviously I can't hear from that witness. So if you have any witnesses that you do wish to call, make sure they're here with you on that day. If you think your witnesses won't come voluntarily just because you asked them to, you can stop downstairs and see a clerk.
Alright, this one isn't great either. I gotta find a better one. Sovereign citizen claims right to travel.
Audio and video. And so, what is this notice here that you're giving me? A trial notice. And could I speak with the judge, please, today, since this is my second appearance?
She looks a little bit like Barbara Streisand. Like, with the haircut.
The judge is not here this time, so can I reschedule to speak with the judge later today? And that will be today? this is way too far out for me, considering, well, for one, I never know what I'm going to be doing from day to day because I'm transient at the moment. I'm below poverty level, and I spent every resource that I had literally down to my last $6 to come here. I have no food. I have to go to a food bank before I go home. That's why I'm requesting to see the judge today. So this wouldn't work for me. And also, I don't want to agree to trial from a British accredited registry because under my natural right, which I have here, I have the right to travel uninvoked unless using for the highway for commerce, which I was not doing. I was also
not the case.
So illegally stopped. It was an unwarranted stop. I was stopped for no reason. On my ticket, it says that I have no license, no registration. I need neither to travel the roads. Thank you. Can't just roll over on your right? And all other Americans. No, that's against my right. That's asking me to come back again after they've already asked me to come here and make an appearance, which I've done. This is my second time, my second date, so that means that they're supposed to be ready for trial today with 12 of my peers and my accuser, which would be you. You're the one that pulled me over. So you'd have to make a case against me stating how I hurt your property or your person, which I don't believe I did either one.
Oh my God, why do these people think this stuff?
There was also no cause for being pulled over. It's not written on the ticket. Absolutely correct, sir. I don't do things incorrectly. That gets you in trouble. Okay. Sure.
Yes.
$415 will be fine. $415 will be fine. If the judge would not like to dismiss it now on grounds that I'm being harassed by the court to continue to have to come back.
Fine. Well, it's 4:15 today, so it's not too much of a wait.
So the judge would not like to sign.
No, they would not.
About the tools of capitalism.
Thank you, Daddy Sume, for 5 bits. Gotta love that he is transient and below poverty level, but can afford a decent camera. I don't know if that's fair. You need a cell phone to function these days, and all cell phones these days pretty much have decent cameras, even the cheap ones.
Sign a dismissal now so that I'm not harassed to have to come back to the court. The judge is not here. Okay. 415 will work for me, thank you. Here in the box?
Yes. Phone number?
There isn't one.
We require a phone number.
I don't require a phone. It's not hooked up. This is a camera only.
I'm guessing that he's using a phone and he's just lying.
I swear that's the truth.
It's a phone!
I actually do not have a phone.
How big of an asshole do you have to be to tell someone you don't have a phone while holding a phone? It's filmed vertically. This has to be a phone. There isn't a camera on the planet that films vertically.
Thank you. You too. Gentlemen, have a good day.
Hello.
Hey. Ooh, it's really hot.
Yeah.
A Windsor man faces up to 3 years.
I think this was the explodey one.
I don't know what that means.
Remember when there was one of the Samsung? We're using one of my old phones to be like a nanny cam for the cat that we're getting tomorrow. I think this was the Samsung that were exploding. How do let me see if I can turn the security off. How do I turn off the... Sorry, 1 second, guys. I think that's good.
Oh.
Here you go.
This is like hard as a rock.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Years in prison after he pleaded guilty in federal.
Let's see what else we got. Sovereign Citizen versus Bond Court Judge. Oh, look at this. Multiple cameras. Fantastic. Hopefully their mics are good.
Mr. Knight, Mr. Lamont, Judge. I mean, I know Mr. LeBron is approaching. I believe he has a PC affidavit in hand.
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
Hello.
sorry.
Hello. You're welcome.
Okay.
Did you have enough time to read it?
I did. I would still like to state that the notice of dishonor stands, even though
That's what I'm going to do. This is in front of Judge Shear, so you know, okay?
Okay.
I look at this affidavit filed by the police officer, and if it appears on its face, that doesn't mean that you did, but just on its face, if it appears that you committed the crime of
What's on the
aggravated
shirt?
battery,
It's like a bunch of old
then I
comic
find
book
probable cause. That
stuff.
doesn't mean today's not your trial day.
No, I understand that completely. What I'm trying to get at is that it doesn't seem like the officers actually witnessed anything. They just say that they made contact with me at a residence, which I don't know what that has.
Barely hear them. I can move on to a different one. Sorry, guys. Sovereign Citizen Group visits court. This should go well.
Good day. I wanted to come down to find out when exactly David Bay's court date would be, and is it
Go to the clerk's office for that.
clerk's
Is anybody here a
office?
victim?
Nope, just my brother. But this is the state's attorney's office, right? Okay, then I have to give you also an official notice.
No, I don't take anything like that.
No, ma'am. You don't?
Where's the state
attorney?
Let me get the investigator.
Okay, thank you.
Oh no.
Where are you from?
Videotapes.
Bears Law. Bears Law and Forensic Science Team.
Somebody's here. They want to give me some kind of papers.
I think these are the guys that someone sent me. Yes, it is. Oh no. Well, I guess we get to see what these guys are up to.
Bears Law and Forensic Science Team? No, from them to us. Okay, thank you. Have a seat. Somebody right with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Someone videotape when they come too, because we need good evidence of them obstructing and non-compliance, okay?
We're here in the state's attorney's office. and we're actually going to let them, we're going to put them on notice that we are looking to see when David Bays' court date is. I believe it's in November, the same judge said or something like that. And then we'll move from there. But we want to let them know that today,
Hi, what about
if
Bob?
state
Welcome
picks
to
up
the
the
stream.
charges, it's against the law. It will constitute a criminal act and move, and we will go ahead and file a 1099 a commercial lien, an affidavit of truth, a statement of facts, a bill of lading, a bill of attainder, and the state prosecutor is very likely to end up with no 401k and a prison sentence for retirement. So we'll get to see what happens. But no.
Yeah, I bet you're going to get the prosecutor put in jail for charging someone probably for committing a crime.
No matter what, today, Title 18 U.S.C. 2381 and Canon number 7, they might want to uphold and honor, because if they don't, the state prosecutor can go to prison for sedition, racketeering, and capital felony treason. And I don't mind putting judicial officials in prison.
Treason. Treason has an incredibly high bar. In order to meet the standard for treason, you basically have to be caught conspiring against the country, usually with another country. That's why the sentence can be death.
Prison. Bears Law Forensic Science Team. Peace.
Right here, Tom. We're going to present the state attorney with a W-9 tax form. They are a for-profit and gain corporation.
That's not what profit means. Taxes aren't profits. They're funds that go towards the government to pay out services, right? Showing someone a tax form and then saying, the government's for profit, that's not going to do anything. That's not what taxes are.
As of now, right, they are unlawfully and maliciously prosecuting David Bays. So we're going to go ahead and present them with a W-9 tax form. And if they...
The Thrash Mio with 100 bits says, since they're already forming groups, there needs to be a sovereign convention. 10 out of 10 would go.
refuse to fill this out, we'll go ahead and fill out a 3949A suspicious activity form along with a FinCEN 101 to the IRS and the Treasury detailing misappropriation of public funds, embezzlement, obstruction, and noncompliance with Title 26/26 CFR.
All these words mean things in specific contexts. In this context, basically, if what they're saying were true, it would mean the specific prosecutor who has prosecuted whoever's brother would literally have to be siphoning funds from tax dollars into their personal account somehow. And even then, that wouldn't be treason. That would be a different crime. That would be embezzle. I don't even know if that would be embezzlement. Is it embezzlement if you're stealing taxes? What was Hamilton accused of? I forget. It's that. It's when a government official tries to embezzle funds.
Where's the rest of the team? Hmm?
They also want to charge us to be able to speak with my brother. They want to charge me to put money in his canteen. This is capital felony treason. And
oh, this is even stupider. Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you to Daddy Sume for 5 bits. Says they look sketchy. Yes, they do. So what he just said is they're trying to charge me money to put money in my brother's canteen. This is treason. What that means is the brother's been arrested for something. Possibly awaiting trial. Maybe he's convicted. I don't know. Either way, he's in jail or in prison if he's been convicted and he's there longer than a year. And what there is, basically, at prisons, most prisons will have an area where, as a prisoner, you can go and buy basic products. Maybe some toothpaste, a toothbrush, some soap, whatever. They call this, like, and you can get money from your family put into your account so you can buy these things. Personally, I think this is pretty fucked up in the first place. I think if you are housing prisoners, you have a right to, or you have a responsibility, rather, to provide to them basics like toothpaste and stuff, but prisons do operate this way sometimes, and you have to buy your own stuff like that. And he is saying because the county forces families to put money into their canteen account in order to buy things at the prison, this is somehow tantamount to treason. It is not. That's not what treason means. Treason would mean, like, if someone, like, let's say someone defected from the US during the Cold War, and they were a nuclear scientist, and they took a bunch of secrets and went to the USSR with them, and gave them to them. That would be treason, right? It's effectively taking state secrets or some knowledge and conspiring with a foreign government to hurt the US. Like, this has nothing to do with what they're talking about.
That's going to stop all the way across the country. So I want you to know that Bears Law Forensic Science Team will probably be some of the people that added to that. There's going to be no more paying to put money on the books. There's going to be no more charging me through little cameras not to see my counsel and not to let me speak to them face to face, because that's going to constitute criminal damages, sedition, racketeering, capital felony, treason. And then we will definitely submit a bill of attainder, a bill of lading, a commercial lien, a statement of facts, and an affidavit of truth. Puts judicial officials in prison when they violate their oath of office in the canon number 7, Title 18 U.S.C. 2381. So today, we're going to have to make sure that that doesn't take place, because any forfeiture or violation or deprivation of his rights is going to constitute recourse for remedy damages, and we will seek remedy for the recourse done by the state. The state has no jurisdiction or authority to pick up the charges against David Ray Bays, and in the event that they do, someone's ass is going to prison. Pick a judge, pick a state attorney, pick a judicial official, because you have no immunity. Please, make my day. I don't mind.
And please, pick a color for your jumpsuit.
Orange or brown. I believe those are the colors they offer today for treasonous and racketeering.
This is Exhibit A in my presentation of confidence is different than competence.
And stuff like that. Oh, blue, okay. Well, whatever the colors are. I'm not familiarized because I'm not going to be in those, but I know a bunch of people that are. So those that don't comprehend or don't understand, it's okay. We're out here in the field making the difference, while some of you computer heroes are sitting around talking shit. We're out here walking through the shit, changing shit. So, oh yeah, to all the militias of...
And by changing shit, he means taking up valuable court time with nonsense.
Bike groups and stuff that won't show...
And again, I agree. Charging prisoners for that shit is ridiculous, and it's stupid. But if you want to get that changed, then file a lawsuit, a real one, with a lawyer, or try and lobby your legislators to make laws that ban things like that. It's fine. Wasting the court's time is not going to endear them to your cause.
Up to help, you're a bunch of cowards. I just want you to know that. And to all the bike groups and militias that did help, thank you, and God bless you guys. Just wait on these people to show up. They're supposed to be sending down a legal analyst to deal with us, the state attorney's office, because they don't know how. Real easy. We're talking from always easy.
Somebody need to get some papers here?
Yes, sir. My name is Ronnie Davis, Bears Law Forensic Science Team.
Are you Nathan?
Actually, I am the counsel of Nathan. I am, the state's picking up the charges on my brother. They don't have
We need the state's attorney,
We let the judge know the state's attorney.
It goes down to Clearwater, it doesn't come here.
Oh, is the state attorney here?
Main office is in Clearwater.
Oh, okay. And do they have a boss there that we were supposed to speak to, sir? Because I gotta have a list of names.
Did they not even come to the right building? What a crack team.
All the people that sent me someplace else, because I'm submitting a commercial lien, a bill of attainder, a bill of lading, and a...
Are you a licensed attorney here?
No such thing, sir.
So you're not an attorney?
Are you a licensed attorney? No such thing. So that's a no then. Okay. Okay.
No, sir, and I got one left.
This is like a character from Parks and Recreation. It doesn't seem real.
I got one judge in prison already because I don't.
Excuse me?
We're legitimate law enforcement officers.
Are you certified by the state?
We don't have to.
You're not legit.
Actually, sir, I got one judge in prison. There's 11 judges in prison. Are you recording this? I strongly suggest that we keep all this.
By the common law of what?
By the common law.
You're not, I don't recognize that. You're not a law enforcement
Your
officer.
name is, sir? Your name is?
You need to deal with Kluwer. Everything is down in Kluwer.
I got you. What's your name, sir?
Last name is Barry. B-A-R-R-Y.
All right, thank you for your professionalism. I appreciate that, sir. You have a good day, sir. You ready, guys?
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
As a for-profit corporation, we have no jurisdiction and no legitimacy. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Schwer versus the Board of Bar Examiners.
Okay, we got it.
The thing I don't get is if the federal government were a for-profit corporation, which it is not, it would be the worst for-profit corporation in the history of the world. Like, the United States runs at a deficit constantly, which is fine for a government, because the government is there to provide services, not to make a profit. But that's the issue, isn't it? When you start defining things as things they're not, they don't fit very well into those categories.
Now we go to Clearwater and we submit another bill of attainder, a commercial lien, and a bill of anything that we can.
Name collecting here.
Elevator right here.
The clerk of court? The clerk of court's in the building, right?
Yeah.
The clerk of court is in the building.
That's the last
downstairs around the corner?
Yeah.
Isn't that where we went before?
Then that's where we'll go.
Yeah, that's where we have to get the EIN for the clerk.
That's where we'll go.
Why did he have a pistol? I assume he's a cop. Or a sheriff.
He's not very smart people.
No.
There's no such thing as a bar license. No, I'm glad he gave us his name. Now he gets a bill.
Yep. I'm sure that'll go well for you.
Idiocy knows no bounds.
Idiocracy.
This is self-parody.
That's what it is.
I'd watch a whole show of these guys blundering their way through the legal system.
You know, you saw him. He was shaking.
Yeah, he was true.
He said he was scared. He said, I can't see you as a...
Main lobby and exit is there.
I could just say things back and well, I don't see you as one either. Right? But my paperwork says I am, so I don't care what you do.
Exactly.
The paperwork is the law.
This is where it was last time. Criminal.
Yep. Where we came.
Clerk of courts.
Like, I've never been so confident about anything in my life as much as these guys are that they're doing the right thing. And they couldn't be more wrong. It's so bizarre to me.
We got a video. That's good enough. The clerk of courts for Pasco County is about to get a 3949A suspicious activity form along with a fencing 101 to the IRS and the Treasury. You know, he's obligated under the law to hire or get elected lawful judges, not bankers. Okay, as a for-profit and gain corporation, this building has no legitimacy, no jurisdiction. They have nothing. They're not even supposed to be doing this.
And bringing commerce into a court of record is capital felony treason and violates your oath of office under Title 18 U.S.C. 2381 and Canon number 7.
All courts in the United States are courts of record, for the record. There used to be a distinction, but there isn't anymore. All courts in the United States are courts of record.
Therefore, you're no longer immune. When you give away your immunity, you're punishable like any other criminal. Today, that's happening with a bill of lading, a bill of attainder, a commercial lien, a statement of facts, and an affidavit of truth that does carry weight. There's no such thing as a law license under Title 17 U.S.C. 28 Schwer versus the Board of Bar Examiners 353 U.S. 238, 239, 252, 353. When you listen to these capital felony extortionists, treasonists in this building tell you that they're actually engaged in enforcing the law. They're not. They're engaged in enforcing policy. It's not a law enforcement officer, it is a policy enforcement officer. That's why they're called police. It stands for policy.
Let's look up the etymology of police. Comes from the medieval Latin politia, meaning citizenship, government, and the English for policy. Yeah. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Most people don't know this. Today, 2 more judges and a state attorney go to prison like the other 11 judges that we got in prison. They keep on telling us, you gotta have a law license. There's no such thing as a law license, dumbass, and that's why you're going to jail.
There is such a thing as a law license. There is. Let's look up law license. Admission to practice law. An admission to practice law is required when a lawyer receives a license to practice law in jurisdiction with 2 types of lawyer, as with barristers and solicitors. Barristers must gain admission to the bar, whereas for solicitors, they are distinct practicing certificates. Becoming a lawyer is a wildly varied process around the world. Common to all jurisdictions are requirements of age and competence. Some jurisdictions also require documentation of citizenship or immigration status. However, the most varied requirements are those surrounding the preparation for the license, whether it includes obtaining a law degree, passing an exam, or serving in an apprenticeship. In English, admission is also called a law license. Basic requirements vary from country to country as described below. In some jurisdictions, after admission, the lawyer needs to maintain a current practicing certificate to be permitted to offer services to the public. Let's see what the United States one is. Regulation of the legal profession is a power reserved to the states pursuant to the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The 10th Amendment is the one that says basically any powers not vested to the government specifically in the Constitution. Not that actually. It's basically any powers the federal government has not reserved for itself are reserved for the states. Each state, territory, and District of Columbia has its own rules. Unlike many other countries, U.S. jurisdictions do not license legal practitioners as solicitors and barristers, but all licensed attorneys are qualified to practice as both. All jurisdictions require applicants to pass a moral character evaluation to pass an ethics exam, which some states administer as part of their bar examinations. Most require applications to achieve a particular score on the multi-state professional responsibility examination. So, yeah. Admission to practice law is a thing.
And that's okay. Bears Law Forensic Science team. See you again. Let's get this banking going on. I don't mind. Let's get this banking going on.
Bankers go to prison. I like it like that.
Like, there is such a law as the unlicensed practice of law. If you pass yourself off as an attorney and start filing a bunch of bullshit, you can get in trouble for that. Of course, as long as you file pro se, you can make motions to the court on behalf of yourself. But if you start making motions and filing paperwork on behalf of someone else in the court, that's illegal. You can represent yourself pro se. You can't represent someone else without as a non-lawyer. That's not how it works. That's exactly what happened. Holy shit. Let's take a look. Sovereign citizens face unlawful practice of law charge in Florida. Called that shit. In a rare criminal filing, an anti-government sovereign citizen in Florida faces a felony charge of unlawful practice of law, pretending to be an attorney in a court of law by representing parents whose children were taken away from them by state authorities. Jouster's in with 1 bit. Hi, Hannah. Just got here. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Ronnie Lee Davis, who heads a cult-like sovereign group called Bears Law and Forensic Science, advertised that his operation offered the golden ticket to help parents whose children are removed from their homes for neglect or abuse by Child Protective Services. Hold on, I gotta text Baja something. I called this shit. Fuck yeah. He provided those services to clients within at least 2 states. Ooh, that might become a federal matter. Idaho and Florida before he was named in a warrant issued earlier this year in Pasco County, Florida, charging him with unlawful practice of law there. We at the Bears Law and Forensic Team comprehend the law and the plight of the parents who have lost their children, Davis's advertisement claimed. I do. Thank you. The new unlawful practice of law charge in Florida was filed when Davis, 49, was in jail on separately filed charges of armed kidnap. What? The new unlawful practice of law charge in Florida was filed while Davis, 49, was in jail on a separately filed charge of armed kidnapping and false imprisonment related to allegations he kidnapped a Texas woman who visited his group's compound near Polk City, Florida. He lives and provides his legal services from that facility with other members of his forensic team who haven't been charged at this point. What? He kidnapped a woman? What? In a plea deal last month, Davis pleaded guilty to lesser charges of battery and possession of a firearm. Thank you so much. Hello. This sovereign citizen kidnapped a woman.
Oh.
I love you too. Because he hasn't been formally arraigned yet on the unlawful practice of law charge, the details in the formal charging documents aren't yet public record. However, Hate Watch learned of the new felony charge after Florida Circuit Judge Lynn Temper filed a formal complaint with the Florida Bar, contending Davis had represented himself as an attorney to her and a client in courtroom proceeding. Yikerinos. A copy of that judge's complaint, subsequently obtained under Florida's public record laws, says Davis appeared by phone before the court on May 26th and participated in the hearing as the attorney representing the mother. Yeah, that's illegal. You cannot present yourself as a lawyer to the court if you do not have a accreditation from the bar. Can't do that shit. And of course, each state, even if you pass the bar exam, you still have to apply with the state's particular requirements. Some of them I know require, like, a recommendation from someone who's already passed the bar that you've known for at least a year. Different jurisdictions require different things to enter as a lawyer within their court systems. I'm surprised, frankly, he even was able to appear before a judge. So this dude is a kidnapper and is now in prison for both the unlawful practice of law and kidnapping.
Well, at least they tell the truth about themselves. It says criminal.
They are just that. They are, in fact, criminal.
Takes one to know one.
And you could be a criminal with a smile on your face, and at the end of the day, you're still a criminal.
Yes. You can wear 10 badges on your chest. If you're not honoring that oath of office, you're just another maggot with 10 on his chest.
Talk about polite,
There's nothing
and
funny
kind,
about the
and
tools of
I mentioned one in the courthouse.
hospitality.
Daddy Sume with
Get a shot
5
of that.
bits. Maybe
Right
not.
there,
When
Tom.
is this video
This is child
from?
support.
This is from 2017 is when it was uploaded. I'm not sure if it was
child support.
taking place in
Hey, you're
2017
talking about
though.
that thing that's unlawful and illegal?
You should point to child support, and then you should point right over to criminal. Because that's what child
Yep.
support is.
Right in the line. Child support, criminal.
Okay, that's because this is the desk that deals with criminal law. There's one over there you see that says civil. There's criminal and civil law, but there's also family law, which is why there's also a desk for that. If you were a lawyer, you'd probably know these things.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's where we're supposed to be.
Snack bar?
Yeah. That's what happens when we go to court.
We eat these judges
That's
like a
right.
snack.
I've never really seen a snack bar.
Gotta love it.
Any way they can make money. Any way they can make money.
Gotta love it.
Dude, people work in the courthouse, or whatever building this happens to be that they're dealing with legal matters. Like, there's snack machines there because people are there all day and they want to get something to eat on the go. I very much doubt, well, I don't know. I guess I don't know if the courthouse takes a cut from whatever vending company is allowed to have vending machines there. But regardless, like, it's not some scam. It's not like they're like, ahaha, they think this courthouse is here to do the law, but really it's a vending machine scam. No, it's just because people want to get snacks real quick. Come on.
They should just have a big sign outside saying Bank of Pasco County.
Actually,
think about the verbiage. Poly-tick. Poly, more than one, tick, blood-sucking parasite.
That's not where the word politics comes from, though, my friend. You don't get to make up your own etymologies.
A Congress, a group of monkeys.
Yep.
A Congress.
Yeah, I've told a couple people, they're like, what are you saying?
It's because people in America don't speak English. They speak moron.
Ain't it the truth? You know, if you have to be here because they call you here for whatever reason, they should feed you at least.
Right.
I mean, not the food that they do in jail, but like...
Juries do get usually either a stipend for lunch or they will send out for lunch, and you can like, we'll pay for your meal up to $5 or $10 or whatever from a local restaurant. Like, that is a thing. If you're there because you've had a summons, no, that's just how the court works. I'm sorry.
Every time I have to show up here, they get a bill and I get paid.
Yeah, but they should feed us too.
Show up here,
Technically they are, just not immediately.
Does anybody know who's the clerk of court of this county?
Oh, huh?
The clerk of court.
Oh, I don't know. But I like that though.
Captain Rachel says that depends on the area. When I served jury duty, I got a daily stipend, but it wasn't much and didn't include any money for lunch.
Isn't that amazing?
My county's okay in terms of how much you get. You get an amount based on mileage traveled to the courthouse, and then I want to say it's like a little... It when I was there, at least it equaled out to about minimum wage. Like, it's not great, but I do this for a living anyway, so it's not like I got a ton going on during the day. It's fine. I can just come home and do, like, YouTube or whatever. So it didn't really fuck me up, but I'm not a big fan of doing it.
Tools of capitalism.
Feminist Critique Pod says local county court gives you $25 for the entire day and an 8-ounce soda and Nutri-Grain bars.
You missed the first one.
Yeah, it's gonna depend based on where you are and what kind of court it is, I'd imagine.
This is for Dade City and Newport Richey. This over here, is that in Pasco County?
No. Well, Port Richey is in Pasco. Well, actually, they probably all are in Pasco.
Okay, it says Office of Paula O'Neill. So I'm thinking that's the clerk of court.
Child support enforcement, put in prison. I'm flipping the old phone. They give you free call. You can call anybody that extorts you. God bless and give Dangly forever.
Call an extortionist today.
This is Extortion Central Station.
Mm-hmm.
get paid.
The Joe Exotic of legal defense is a perfect way to describe him. I'm stealing that for the title to this video, I swear.
It's really sad. We walk in and you see all the little attorneys and they're young, ribbon.
The sign shouldn't say notice, it should say beware.
Right. Well, no, they are noticing you.
And we have it on video. There's no threat.
It wasn't no threat. That was a notice.
I don't wish to be recorded, of course, because your punk ass is going to.
I was recording the back of her head.
She was like, I'm not the state attorney for this, and she ran off.
Hey, we don't need her face.
Quickly jumped out of that case.
Yes, she did.
Quickly jumped off of that case. Saw that career going straight to a prison cell.
Come back and try to pawn it off on somebody else as quick as possible.
The question I have, and I'm curious what you guys think.
What happened?
Thank you, Vulcan Princess. Enjoy your dinner. Does this guy buy his own bullshit? Or does he think he can just get away with scamming people?
You know, that really looks way too much like...
I think he buys his own bullshit. But I could be wrong.
Wonder which god they're speaking of.
Well, with the Eye of Horus right there.
Yeah, it's just saying Satan.
You love that.
We beg.
It's got Baal, Gilgamesh, and all that all in one.
Yeah.
Gilgamesh!
Which guy?
Yeah, that's what I said. Which god are we speaking of?
They have it. They have that seal on your pamphlets too.
Oh yeah, yeah, right
Rights
there.
and duties of tenants and landlords. Really, the rights and duties of tenants and landlords. I'll be happy to sue the owner of that brochure for false advertising.
Please sue whoever printed that brochure.
Over there, if they have a.
Well, it's always got information.
Yeah, like.
Publisher.
Yeah, it's from the profit. Yep. Like,
That's on the Florida Bar Association.
The Florida extortion
See what that
situation.
Gilgamesh was a king. In like one of the oldest, if not, I think it's the oldest surviving story that we know. The story of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. I remember it because of the episode of Star Trek where Picard talks to Darmok, or no, not Darmok. Darmok's one of the names of the heroes of the other alien. It's the one where they're on the planet. I think the episode title is Darmok. And it's a culture that speaks entirely in, like, myths and legends, so he uses, like, he shares the legend of Gilgamesh with the guy.
She ran off that case. She basically threw that case at the judge and hit him in the face. I'm gonna
turn my radio back.
Darmak and Gilad at Tanagra. Yeah.
Skeeter and Courtney are already outside. Okay. Legal guide for new adults. Really?
New adults.
You should get one of each one.
She
How
did.
to avoid being a victim of auto repair and service station gimmicks. Really? Awesome.
Look, and how to find a liar.
Look, how to find a
Oh
liar.
my God! I just found a whole bunch of them.
You can't forget this one too.
Oh, I love this extortion racket. This is going to make us bucks. All day long, they're going to hand us money for free, violating that oath of office. I like that. I like that.
You just take the AW out of lawyer and it says LA.
Liar.
I gotta get to when they're talking to someone else.
We was going to say that. I knew that.
I'll do the forensics on this one myself. I'm going to enjoy this.
That's us.
This should go well.
I'm Ronnie Davis from Bears Law Forensic Science Team. I was told to come down to this office in order to give you guys this right now. I don't know that you'd accept it. It's on David Ray Bays' case. The state's picking up the charges, so we are going to submit a bill on it because it's unlawful and illegal for the state to pick up charges. So we are going to send them a bill.
They had identity. Hold on, let me look. Shaka, when the walls fell. Captain's log, stardate 4547.2. The Enterprise is en route to the uninhabited El Adrel system. Its location is near the territory occupied by an enigmatic race known as the Children of Tama. What is the guy's name? Dathon was the name of the other Temerian.
And
Picard and Dathon at Eladrel.
we've already went to the court and spoke with the state attorney and the bailiff in there and told them that we were coming down. They directed us to come down here. Went to the state
That is
attorney's
a good
office.
one.
They directed us to come down here.
That's up there with
So
like
just
the
wanted to get
inner
names of
light.
everybody
As one
that
of
sent
my
us someplace else. That way, when we send in the 1099, a commercial lien, a bill of lading, a bill of attainder, and an affidavit of truth and a statement of facts, I know who's going to prison.
I love you too, Baja Blast.
That's how we do this. So I just wanted to hand you this. I don't know that you can take it. I'm not suggesting.
The clerk of court has to, by law, under Title 26/26 CFR, fill out the employment identification number and give it back to us.
Failure to
Otherwise,
acquiesce
she'll
is
be
violation
she
of Title
will be looking
18
at
U.S.C. 23.
misappropriation of public funds.
Go ahead, sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
Legal stuff. I'm not an attorney,
That's all right,
so I
that's all right.
don't understand
Yes,
what you're
ma'am.
saying. So,
As a
what is
for-profit and gain corporation established with an employment identification number,
Okay.
right? And since you forced, contract
Not
against,
you guys,
you know,
not you
our-
guys, but the state attorney's office, same building.
our
I don't know about the
right,
Hinduism
forced
thing. I have no idea.
Well, we're going to need the employment identification number of the clerk in order to correct the tax records for his copyright. Refusal or failure to do so will be looking.
I don't
will
know
be,
much outside.
construed
Like,
as
I know Abrahamic religions because of obviously YouTube and the TBR stuff, but I'm not very familiar with non-Abrahamic religions.
misappropriation of public funds, embezzlement, obstruction, and non-compliance of Title 26/26 CFR.
Again, that's all legal mumbo
Yes,
jumbo.
ma'am.
I'm
Yes,
not an
ma'am.
attorney, so it doesn't mean.
Well, right now, the clerk in this
Is being put on notice. That's all this is, ma'am. It's just to put
she's
you guys, to
evading
let you know it's
taxes.
not your fault.
She's evading taxes.
Okay.
And those taxes have to be reported. Now, the IRS is going to want to know where the funds are located.
And why the oath of office in violation of that insurance bond was violated under Title 18 U.S.C. 23 on Canon number 7. When a judge or a police officer violates the oath of office, they're no longer immune and punishable as any other criminal.
Okay.
All right,
So,
hold- not to interrupt.
Go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
That's all right.
Let me see if I can get somebody out here that
Thank
can
you.
talk to you.
There you
because
go. That's
I have
all right.
no idea
Bless your heart.
Of what it is that you're talking about or what it is you're requesting.
Thank
or
you.
Where to send you to get the information that you want.
Somebody that actually is doing
Yeah,
Thank you.
a decent-
Thank you.
It's lunchtime, so I don't know.
I know. That's all right. I know I'm catching you guys.
They found someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. Obviously, no one knows what they're talking about because they're talking nonsense. But they're talking to someone who doesn't know legal things. And I don't really either. I've picked up a couple bullshit things from watching these videos and, like, looking up what they're doing that makes no sense. But, like, if someone like this walked up to me and I worked at a court and they started speaking in what sounded like legal language, I also might think they were legit. I would have no idea. I don't have legal training. So,
I'll go see if I can look.
Your name is?
My name's Patty.
Thank you,
And
Patty.
you're looking for the clerk's tax ID number? Is that
yes,
what
you
you're
have
saying?
one. Everyone has
Or
one.
the,
And if I show
the
you
legal analyst, whoever your legal analyst is that defends you guys if something comes up wrong or violates it, there's just someone that can look at this real quick, if you would.
Okay, well, our clerk's attorney isn't here. He's only here on Thursdays.
Okay, then we're probably going to have to come back on a Thursday and present them with that.
Let me go see if I can talk to somebody now.
Yeah. You should be having one already filled out over the counter. You should have one.
But
They got to ask their boss, though. Their boss will have to clear that because it's
if you
illegal.
guys can do me a favor, if you guys can take a seat out in the lobby. so
Sure
I can
will.
help
That's where
me
we've been.
customers.
Thank you,
Okay,
Daddy.
and then
Thank
I'll
you.
be back in just a moment.
Appreciate your time.
What am I reading? Bears want printed signs. They're gonna have to pay us.
We got a copy of.
Because we
Organized
have
crime.
11 judges already going to prison to call twice a week to beg, please don't prosecute it. We have one already in prison. Sovereign
doubt.
Citizen can't have a sovereign. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You can't be a Christian Satanist. You know? People in America's like the dumbest group of people on the face of the planet. Everybody in the world knows more about our law, more about our history, more about our rights, more about our stuff. than anybody else there. They're all walking around stupid at an age of knowledge. You're walking around not knowing the difference between legal and lawful. Child support, sedition, racketeering, capital felony treason. No law whatsoever. You don't want to...
Wrong. Part 2. I assume this is when the person shows up.
That dark, arid place.
Here's another lie. Is driving a right or a privilege?
You turn my right into a privilege, I submit a bill of lading, a bill of attainder, a commercial lien, an affidavit of truth, and a statement of facts. And pretty soon you don't have a judge. You have a criminal in prison wearing orange because he didn't honor his oath of office under Title 18 U.S.C. 2381, Canon number 7. When you violate your oath of office, you're a criminal.
And we proved it every time, and we win
Feminist
every one of
Critique
our
Pod
cases.
says, every time he says capital felony treason, part of me dies inside. That's the secret. I've been dead inside for years. Just let it happen.
Back from DCF and
makes this a lot easier.
Why am I still standing? Waiting for my Fennekin Schaefer moment. Come on.
Yep.
There's a lot of us. Don't worry. We're tired of the sedition and racket.
I'm gonna try and get to where they're talking to someone again.
Nice to meet you.
So what kind of information are we looking for? We're looking for a tax ID number.
Yes,
You told me that was one.
We need an employee identification number.
The state tried to get us to force into a contract, so we're giving them back the contract.
Okay, so we need a tax ID number, and what other information did you need from us? And of course I don't have it, but I can certainly try to find it for
we
you.
can start off on this,
Okay.
and for David Ray Bass's case, we're going to need the corrected tax forms for this with the appropriate.
I have no idea who that is. I'm
you
sorry.
can pull up his case.
He's a patient in the Bears Law and Forensic Science team. The state picked up the charges against him, which is against the law. So now they bought themselves into a contract by picking up those charges, and we have like one every single case. We don't
Well,
lose it.
right now, the state is hoarding credit without David Ray Bass's prior knowledge or consent. He is the original sponsor of this credit, and someone has to pay the taxes for the case. So since we have right of master over David, as well as power of attorney over his copyright, we're going to have to go ahead and correct the tax records for the case.
Copyright has nothing to do with your taxes. What are you talking about? Because you have power of attorney over his copyright, you think you have the power to procure tax records for him. That means nothing. What are you talking about? Copyright is like when you're able to own an intellectual property, your copyright. Like if I make a movie, I have the copyright to that movie. Or if I write a book, I have the copyright. Your taxes have nothing to do with your copyright.
And if
I don't know anything about tax records because we're just the criminal department here. So
I understand that, but if the clerk of court, refuses or obstructs, to correct the tax records, allow us to correct the tax records, she will be looking at a 39. You can write this down: a 3949A suspicious activity form.
What do you want though? You want corrected tax?
We need to correct the tax records for the case.
For David Ray Bass.
Via 1099A and 1099 OID. 1099A and 1099 OID. OID.
For what was his name?
David
Ray Bass. B-A-Y-S. Correct.
B-A-Y-S?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's one. That's two.
And we would like the clerk of court, I believe, what's her name?
Paula.
Paula. We
O'Neill.
want to ask her permission that with her refusal to provide this W-9 tax form, okay, that she agrees that a 3949A.
That's this.
No,
tax ID.
this is different.
W9.
3949A form.
This isn't how filing court documents works, by the way. I guess I kind of jumped over that. Didn't say Decker Warwick with 100 bits says, you can tell that they were really after by all the talk of taxes and bills. They don't give a shit about getting this guy off for what he did. Yeah, they just want the judge's taxes. You don't go into court and say, we have legal standing, give us this thing we're asking for. You file documents in the court. If you're looking for a specific document from someone, then there is paperwork within the court that you can file. You can file motions for things. You do that without interacting with anyone necessarily. You might literally, go up to a counter and be like, here you go. and then you walk away, and then it just gets dealt with internally within the court. You don't have conversations with the receptionists to try and get records. You file motions for these things, and usually that involves digitally these days. It used to be by mail, but you used to file your court things, put them in the mail, and they'd go to an official court mailbox, and then they'd be, you know, looked through. Nowadays, you can file a lot of this stuff digitally. So if you want someone's tax records pursuant to some legal claim, then you need to fill out a specific claim with a format that the court recognizes, file it in the correct place, and then await a response from the court. You do not go and show up at the court and go, "We demand this record. We believe this law was broken. Give us this record." That's insane. That's not how this works. You're bound to get arrested if you do that shit.
To the IRS. And a FinCEN, that's FINCEN.
FINCEN?
101 to the Treasury. And both, if you can, you know, write this verbatim, both would detail misappropriation of public funds. Public funds. Yeah, public funds. Embezzlement.
I'm just gonna know how
Yeah, it's
badly
EM.
I spell.
Yeah, it's EM. Yeah.
I'm just gonna know how badly I spell, and she's like a...
Just an E right there.
Oh,
E,
EM,
yeah.
okay.
Embezzlement, obstruction. And non-compliance. Of Title 26.
I gotta fix something real quick. You'll still be able to hear this. You just won't be able to see it.
CFR, tax filings. And now it would be, if you could write up here, W9 tax ID form, W9. Okay.
W9 turned in.
Thank you.
And then I need a contact, if you can give it to me, or you could contact us back either way, whatever.
Okay.
So when they get the information
Yeah,
to
we
you,
need,
who to
we
give it
need
to.
Ronnie Lee Davis. Post office box. 1650. Polk City.
Polk City, where's that? Over by Lakeland? Or?
Yeah.
We don't use zip codes. We actually have a zip code exemption. I believe it's T2DMA. I gotta make sure of this. I believe. No, I have it.
Is the idea of sovereign citizen movement just to try and scare courts into letting them do whatever? Not quite. Sovereign citizens believe that they are sovereign entities, and the government does not apply to them. I don't think these people actually self-ascribe the label of sovereign citizen, the people we're looking at particularly right here, but they follow a lot of the same sort of cargo cult legal mumbo-jumbo that means nothing. So I think it falls into this category.
Put zip code. I'm sorry, cross that out. Put zip code. Exempt. DMS M space A 1 period 0 period 1 D2 or 2D. I'm sorry, 1 2D. Okay.
Okay. And did
And the phone number. You have the phone number.
873-874-4065.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we have a gentleman who does all our public records requests, so I will give this to him.
And if you would,
and
over
then
top of it, would you write the Bears Law and Forensic Science? That way.
the Bears, the Bears,
The Bears.
the Bears.
Law and Forensic Science.
Memeing with sovereign citizens.
Science team.
Yep.
Okay.
And is it possible you can look up David Ray's case and put the case number on here? And
yeah, let me have somebody because
are you,
I'm not
yeah,
logged
are you
on
able
up
to
front.
also draw a certified copy for us? For
A certified copy of what?
W-9 tax form. So we can show that you've received it.
I can do a copy and put our timestamp on
Yes,
it if
please.
that's all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I know people that know their job well, and they do. Because when you walk into those people, know it's a big cluster. When some of them are honoring their oath of office, they're just decent creatures helping. Like I'm a decent creature helping somebody else.
Trying to figure out what it is you're
Again, this man was prosecuted for... The original charge was kidnapping, but they got it down to a misdemeanor, I think. I don't know if he's still in prison, but he held someone against their will.
trying to figure
Thank
out.
God for good people caring.
Armed kidnapping, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Chicken.
They pleaded it down, though.
Is that a cat or a spider?
Today is November 1st, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so there I've got that so that we received, and you need Mr.
David,
Bay's
yeah, the case number.
Case number. Let me
Yeah.
go find somebody
Thank you.
who's got this computer out.
All right. Thank you for professionalism in your work.
Hey.
I can't believe this clerk has given them the documents that they requested. Goes to show, you go somewhere with confidence. Con men are called con men for a reason. You act confident and ask for something like it's okay for you to do it, you can get it. Just saying.
I'll let him know if they file hold of this to contact us. We'll cut a losses real quick.
Just tell them to go buy into a contract. Say it's your whole county small.
Or was that just the one that they were submitting to the court for no reason? My bad.
Already got it on here.
Yeah, it's empty. It's just a request form. You're right.
You see what happens at Standing Rock.
It's only going to get better and better.
Love that. Messing with the wrong people. And they just ain't afraid. Of shit. Some people need a whole lot of
I've
legal.
got a listing of his case number, I'll just attach it to it.
Which one's the one that's still valid and open? There should only be one that's valid and open.
This one looks like he's incarcerated on that one.
It's
Okay.
marked.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Last thing, can you
Anything
file
else?
this W-9 for his case?
Her boss
Yeah.
might have to, or a legal
Well,
analyst.
they'll have to fill it out first. So,
Yes.
I mean, we've
Okay.
got this, and they have
Okay.
copies of the form anyway.
All right.
So,
keep
I will
that.
give them. Okay. Anything else
You
that
have
I
a copy-
can
you have a
that you
copy
can
of
think
that,
of,
right?
or
So
yeah?
you need a copy.
Yeah, this is ours.
Nope, that should be on.
You have a
Okay.
W-9 tax one.
Yep,
right?
I got it in here. Yeah, and they have copies of the form itself
Yeah, I know,
anyway.
but we have to show that we provided one.
Yeah,
I appreciate
That,
your
well, that
time.
I clock dated that for
There
you,
you
so
go.
that should do.
Thank
Yep.
you.
All right.
Thank you so
Awesome
much.
day.
Have a
Bless
good
you.
day.
Thank
Nice
you
to
for
meet
being
you.
here. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
enforcing
you.
the law today.
Take
Thank
care
you.
of yourself.
Thank you. You too.
Let's go, guys.
That way, straight.
That girl asked me to give her.
She took off, bro. She took off a bit some time ago. She stood back behind of us and ended up getting the phone number.
Oh, no, this legal guy for new adults is hilarious. It really is.
She hot stepped. I have never seen a state prosecutor.
Hey, Bear. We got one behind.
Alright, we'll wait.
Now say that again. Say that again, because that was luscious.
Never in my life have I seen a state prosecutor jump so damn fast to get off of a case. But see, that's what happens when you're committing capital felony treason under Title 18, USC 2381, and Canon number 7. You have no immunity when you violate your oath of office. This makes you punishable like any other criminal, whether you're a police officer, a judge, AT.
Honestly, if I was a judge and I saw some crazy sovereign citizen weirdos, I would want to get the fuck off that case too. Oh no, this is from some website that's like a sovereign citizen thing. Oh no. Secret Clinton EPA plan for 50-cent gas tax hike. Oh my god. These people. Be diligent to investigate and expose the truth for yourself and thereby present yourself in the public servants who are fiduciaries and stewards under the Constitution, approved to God, a worker who does not need to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word. Oh my god. And they have spinning red pills. Holy crap. Yoink. Saved.
TF, DEA, whatever you are, all the acronyms. You're not immune if you violate your oath of office under Title 18 USC 2381. There are 11 judges in prison. 2 are begging not to go because out of CPS, DHR, CPS, if you do not take that child with damages confirmed, your ass will go to prison no matter who you are with no immunity. As soon as you violate that oath of office and insurance bond, you are no longer immune. And that means I get to put your punk ass in jail. Peace.
You guys check out, brother. Yep. See what I
Nuts. They're so nuts. Here's a, looks like it's a right to travel thing. Again, for those of you who need a refresher or who haven't heard this before, sovereign citizens have a misreading of the law in which they believe they don't need driver's license or to register their car, or to have license plates, or to have insurance, because even though driving, of course, has been shown time and time again in the courts to be considered a privilege, not a right, and you need to be licensed, and the state governments can have all sorts of different, like, stipulations as to who can drive a vehicle and under what conditions, whatever. Sovereign citizens don't believe this. This usually comes from a misreading of a law, which says, and this is from not even a law, it's from Black's Law Dictionary, rather. And it says something along the lines as, driving is defined as operating a carriage, blah, 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 or automobile. It says employed in operating an automobile. Of course, it means employed in the sense that it means operating. It doesn't mean literally like you're employed in a job, but they take that employed to mean literally if you're not operating a commercial vehicle, you don't need a license. Of course, this isn't the case, but sovereign citizens, regardless of how many times this has been explained to them, still believe they have a right to travel, which is just driving by a different name. I don't know. I don't know why they still believe this. It's very strange.
No, I had some questions I wanted to ask for clarification purposes before I even make any type of plea here.
Well, let me first read them off to you.
Yeah, because I don't know what they are. It's been so long.
Yeah, I see that. You don't need to use paper tape. Wow, you got more too? Leaving the scene of property damage, accident. Moved from the lane unsafely. Grange Hill Road. Unlicensed operator.
I like that he's filming
Failure to
this
reduce speed,
clearly incognito, because he probably knows he's not supposed to film in court. And he thinks like, oh yeah, I'm gonna film this, so when I prove to the judge that I don't need a license, I can put it up on the internet and show people how much I owned this judge. And of course it's gonna go badly, but he put it online anyway. So, Foxy Kit Vixen, thank you for following.
Special hazard, which is a curve on Grange Hill Road. Well, those are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
They come in with all 4 tickets are suspended, owes 35 times 4, 140 plus 140 is 280 on these. And then you've got
Look at that grin. He's like, I'm about to tell this judge what's up. Get ready, judge. You're about to get schooled in the law.
speeding. High Street, 57 to 35.
Welcome to this episode of Paper Shuffling ASMR.
511-0281, aggravated unlicensed operator on a previous second conviction. Another speed, 48 and a 45.
Wow, I was going mighty fast.
Wow, you were really
48 and a 45. Oh my gosh.
You were cooking.
I do think ticketing someone for a 48 and a 45 is pretty fucking stupid. What a waste of time.
Then you got another 511-01A, aggravated unlicensed operator in the third, which is a misdemeanor. Okay, what are your questions?
Okay, first I want to
Oh, this is gonna be embarrassing.
ask you if you honoring your oath today, you actually operating under your oath, that the oath you took to uphold the Constitution?
You're darn right I do.
Okay, because the U.S.
I wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't.
No, I know. I just had to ask, just for clarification purposes. It says here that the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Section 1, Clause 2. It says.
Clause 3, by the way. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's the
Nailing it.
next one. I'll be getting there. I'm on Clause 2 right now. It says, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land." That's Clause 1. Clause 3 is
The judge knows the Constitution, friendo.
the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, and any things in the constitutional laws of any state made in contrary to that is notwithstanding or without standing. Now, from my understanding, from the second clause here, every ruling made in the Supreme Court becomes the law of the land.
No. The Constitution becomes my law of the land.
Oh yeah, no, it says here the Constitution.
Not the ruling of the Supreme
Yeah,
Court.
but according to this clause, it says that the Constitution and the law of the United States, which shall be made in the pursuance thereof, like during the proceedings, any ruling made in the pursuance of the law becomes law of the land as well, according to Clause 2 of Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution. I just want to make sure that, am I understanding
Article
that?
6 or Article 5?
No, it says Article 6, U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Section 1, Clause 2.
Dude, I guarantee this judge, when he was in law school, took a constitutional law class, and he probably passed it. Try not to school the judge on constitutional law. Condescending to a judge, not a great idea.
5. Wait a minute. Give it to me one more time.
Okay, U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Section 1, Clause 2. It says Supremacy Clause. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, am I understanding correctly when I say that any Supreme Court ruling becomes law of the land according to Article 6, Section 1?
Supreme Court rulings become the de facto, de jure interpretations of the law of the land would be a better way to phrase that, I think.
Use the Supreme Court ruling as a defense on such and such versus such and such. In other words, if there's a case law that says Smith versus Jones in Supreme Court ruling was XYZ, therefore I'm using that ruling as a defense.
Okay, so the Supreme Court rulings doesn't become supreme law of the land?
No.
Okay. All right, so according to what you just said, if I wanted to use this case, and what was cited in this case right here, the case Thompson v. Smith, it says that the right of the citizen to travel upon the public highway.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate when they do this. Okay, so Thompson v. Smith was a state Supreme Court decision from 1930. It was a state Supreme Court decision, I believe, in Virginia. It was not a federal decision. It was a decision that effectively said... It was... let me go over what the case was. Sovereign citizens will cite this case a lot. That's why I know it. This case was about a judge... Sorry, this was about a sheriff, and this was when obviously automobiles were a relatively new thing. They were just becoming commonplace, so licensing laws were not uniform across the state. The local sheriff had created licenses, basically driver's licenses as we know them today. One sec. Thank you to Jousters in for 10 bits. These people make my head hurt. Yeah. So a local sheriff had created driver's licenses and was applying the law and the standards by which they issue the licenses unfairly. So they were giving licenses to some people and not giving them to others, not based on the same standards. So the court ruled that while states and counties, and be clear on this, they can make laws requiring licensing for operating vehicles on public roads. This is the part they ignore. They said that the particulars of how the sheriff was doing this was unconstitutional because they were being sort of they were employing nepotism and personal judgment in who they were giving licenses to, as opposed to having a standardized test, which of course is what we have nowadays. The reason that sovereign citizens will cite this is because they'll be like, oh, see, they said that you can't, this person got in trouble for using a license or whatever, but no, that's not the case. It was the fact that they were not using a standard, and they were more or less using their personal judgment to determine who gets to have a driver's license. So they're completely misinterpreting that decision in the first place. And then secondly, again, it's a state court decision, not a federal one. It does not apply to any state outside of the one it was ruled in, ever. And not only that, but there have been countless Supreme Court rulings on automobiles and their operations since then. So, very, very strange thing to cite.
Highways and to transport his property thereon, either by horse-drawn carriage or by automobile, is not a mere privilege, which a city can prohibit or permit at will, but a common right which he has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
If you read the entire opinion, by the way, it says they cannot give or take at will. The at will is very, very important in the context of the entire ruling, because they go on to say, well, you can't more or less by your own discretion just decide, I don't like you, give me your license, and take it away. You can set up standards, and those standards, once met by anyone, regardless of who they are, they can get a license. That's fine. That's what that decision said. So it's a complete misinterpretation. I guarantee this guy has never sat down and read the actual opinion as written in 1930. Not that you should even have to, because frankly, there have been countless other decisions that have said, yes, you need a driver's license.
Happiness. So that was actually ruled in the Supreme Court.
It was a state Supreme Court. It was not the Supreme Court.
And I actually have a few other ones here I wanted to point out. It says here that this is Miller v. U.S. U.S., it says if the state converts a liberty into a privilege, the citizen can engage in that right with impunity. So I can just basically say, I don't need a license, regardless of what the police told me. I have a right. Let's say I don't, and I can still engage in this right with impunity. Basically gives me immunity to whatever statute that was created. So that's basically impeding on my right.
Did John Abinader tell you to say this to me?
I don't even know who that is.
I had this argument, and I've had this actual argument on these cases of rights and privilege, by the way, when it does handle the motor vehicle license. Because when the motor vehicle license is charged for in the state of New York, it now becomes a right instead of a privilege. Because people say that you have it's a privilege to drive in New York State. Actually, it's been argued that it is a right to, because they charged you for a driver's license.
Wait, actually, it's not a right. You don't have a right to drive. That is a privilege. And it's only a privilege because of the legal definition of the word drive. The legal definition...
Oh, here we go. He's going to cite Black's Law Dictionary and say that driving is being employed in the operation of a vehicle. I am not employed to drive an automobile. I am doing it for free, so it doesn't count. That's not what employed means in the context of that specific definition, bud. It just means you're doing the thing.
Of the word drive. See, commonly, everyone thinks you get in the car and you drive. The common definition is you get in the car and you drive. But what the people need to wake up to is there's a totally different definition legally. It's called
I don't want to get a driver's license.
That legal definition of drive is someone who operates a motor vehicle for hire, for business, for commerce.
No, it's
I
not.
wasn't doing it for any of those reasons. So therefore, I don't understand why I have to present a driver's license when legally I don't even fit the definition of the term drive or driver. And then in another
problem is Sylvester, you are on the road that's maintained by the towns, counties, and state. Therefore, their opportunity to say to you, if you want to be on my property, you need to have this license.
Oh no, I understand that.
I went through this.
I understand that.
love this. I don't think you do, because you're arguing against it.
The reason, look, okay, now the reason I understand that, and I agree with you, and that's because that's just like saying because everything is incorporated. This is all corporations. The United States is a corporation. It's been a corporation since 1871. It's been a corporation. This is a business. So I definitely understand. Like if I was charged to do business over this whole landmass, and someone else came over here to do business, yeah, you're gonna need a permit from me. You need a license because I do business here. If you want to go to McDonald's and sell Burger King, you better get McDonald's permission. I understand that. Now, when you say the definition of driver is someone that's operating for business, of course that person is going to need a driver's license.
That's not the definition of driver. Let's look up a legal dictionary today, because the Black's Law Dictionary that they quote in terms of that definition that says to employed in the operation of a motor vehicle, carriage, whatever, is from, again, like the late 1800s, early 1900s. Driver, legal definition. Legal dictionary, freedictionary.com. One employed. Oh god, this is one of the old ones too. One employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals. Frequent accidents occur in consequence or neglect of want of skill of drivers' public stagecoaches, for which the law that requires that a driver should be possess reasonable skill and be of good habits for the journey. If thereof he is not acquainted with the road he undertakes to drive, blah, 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 blah. This is from 1856. I need a more recent one. Won't get fooled again. Driver. Control F. Driver. Commercial driver's license means a license issued by the state to an individual authorizing the individual operate of a class of motor vehicles. Driving a commercial motor vehicle when the individual has not obtained a commercial driver's license, that's a specific thing. That's for commercial vehicles. Come on. Employed in the act of driving equals currently driving. Yes, correct.
Or permission to do that, because I was already charged to do business in this whole landmass of Turtle Island, and my business is called the United States Corporation, the federal corporation.
You have your incorporation papers with you?
No, I'm not talking about my incorporation, but I do have the incorporated name, Sylvester Collins.
Good thing you went last.
Yeah, if you like though, I do have my incorporated entity.
You know you got the Assistant Attorney General here today by any chance? Did you know he is here?
Is he here for me?
No, he's not here for you, but you just happen to got the king of the land.
Yeah, but I do have
corporation.
I do have title over my corporate.
The judge is fucking with him. I kind of like that. I like this judge.
Is your argument that you don't need a license to operate any vehicle, let alone drive, push, or sway in or out of a driveway? You have that right without a license.
Yeah, according to legal.
Do you have a car?
Legally, I do.
You do have a car.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you do? Push it around the field?
Oh no, I travel in it, but I don't drive.
What do you do in it?
I travel.
So somebody else drives it?
No, I travel in it.
Is it one of those new Teslas that are driverless cars?
No, I actually travel in it.
From point A to go.
You want a link? You want a link to this? Yeah, hold on. I'll put it in the chat. There you go.
Go to point B, you don't touch that steering wheel.
Now see, from going to point A to point B is actually defined legally as travel.
No, it's not.
So that's what I'm telling you. I do. Yeah, I have it all here. I've been doing this work for years, so I wish I knew it when I got these tickets. I wouldn't be here right now, but I didn't know that then.
Well,
I know it
after a
now.
while, this becomes where they're going to come after you and car and that's not even a good thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that. I'm not really worried about that because I've already seriously. I've written already to the Oneida County Sheriff's Department, Utica Police Department. I've written Cuomo. I've written the Attorney General for the
How's that working out for you?
state. I've written to the New York State Department of Motor Vehicle and all put them on notice of my rights and that I know my rights now. And I didn't know them before, but I know them now, and I don't expect to be harassed in my exercise of them. I'm not starting any trouble. I don't want any problems. I just want you to know that I know my rights, and I don't expect to be harassed or hindered in any way. So
I wouldn't want you to, because you know what? In this court, nobody should be.
Exactly. I mean, no one in the world should be, but I understand that now, and I understand that I have to put certain authority figures on notice of that, just to prevent any problems or lawsuits.
Do you have any money?
I don't. I don't.
Do you use money? Money is a vehicle for you to go buy something?
No.
Oh God, he's gonna say no because the Federal Reserve took us off the gold standard, so the money I have isn't even money. I'm getting too good at predicting these fuckers. They're so predictable.
Because actually, according to Public Law 7310, there is no money.
Nailed it.
Because the only lawful money for us as the people was gold and silver. So when the corporation went bankrupt and took all the gold from the people, 7310 actually said that because they took the gold, there's no money for us to use. So anybody demanding that you pay can't demand that you pay them in a specific way, according to Public Law 7310.
Well, at one point back in 1950 something, when they, maybe I got the date wrong.
Nine Tails Cosmic Fox, thank you for hosting.
They took that gold and they turned it into currency in exchange for that. Have you ever seen a silver certificate?
I don't think anyone ever seen a silver certificate.
It looks like a dollar bill, and it says silver certificate.
That wasn't what you call the greenback, the one that got, what's the name, in all that trouble? That he tried to put it into, he tried it, and they basically killed him.
Well, let me ask you this. There's an offer on the table from the district attorney. In full satisfaction of all this, he's willing to take away most of this. Is that something that you're interested in accepting?
Oh, no. I mean, all of it has to go according. Is this legally? Yeah.
But there's an offer that he's saying, just plead to this and this and this, and we'll take care of all these things. But that's you have a right to a trial. Did you know?
Yeah, I know that, and I was going to ask that because I know that these courts, usually traffic courts, are not, let me say, like court of record. So, in order for any of this to really have any type of weight, is, not to not to, you know, damage your integrity or anything like that, but if I can state this stuff in the court of record, I know it would carry so much more weight. So I actually would prefer.
All courts in the United States are courts of record. There used to be a distinction. Now there is not. A court of record is basically... Hold on. Here we go. Court of record, a court whose proceedings are recorded and available as evidence of fact. So back in the day, there used to be a distinction. You'd have courts, and then you'd have courts of record, right? Those were courts that had like a stenographer or someone keeping track of everything that's being said in the courtroom. So there was a distinction. Every courtroom in the United States today is now a court of record because they either have a stenographer or they're videoing, or at minimum they're doing audio or something. All courts in the United States are courts of record. All of them. So when you hear a sovereign citizen say, I have a right to be heard within a court of record, it's signaling you that they have no idea what they are talking about. Every court in the United States is a court of record. Jesus.
So you want to move this to the county?
I mean, unless you're willing to...
Some courts don't. Leonard French talked about it. That's interesting because I heard about this from Leonard French, where he said there used to be a distinction, but now all courts in the United States do keep records. Are there like some very few that don't? Let's take a look. Maybe I saw an earlier video from Leonard and he learned some new information. Courts... Thank you, Porcelain Giant. Of record. A court of record is a trial court or appellate court in which a record of the proceedings is captured and preserved for the posterity of appeal. A court clerk a court clerk or a court reporter takes down a record of oral proceedings that the written record and all other evidence is preserved at least long enough for all appeals to be exhausted or for some further time period provided by law. For example, in some U.S. states, death penalty statutes provide that all evidence must be preserved for an extended period of time. Courts not of record. Let's try and see where the courts not of record are. That site seems sketch. Dumbledore Phoenix, from what Wikipedia page says, for example, small claims courts, traffic courts, justice courts, presided over by justices of the peace, many administrative tribunals that make initial governmental administrative decisions, such as government benefit determinations and the like, are not courts of record. Okay, interesting. But, like, criminal courts typically are. And I would imagine even most traffic courts, to one extent or another, do. I don't know, though. Because we've seen plenty of records from traffic courts keeping official recordings and stuff, even if they don't have stenographers.
Dismiss it right now for what I've told you so far. But if you're not, then yeah, I'll go to trial before I take a plea or...
Yes, but the problem is the...
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Trevor Belmont, for this comment. Of record and not of record are two polar extremes of a spectrum, and there is a transition zone between them. Many proceedings have intermediate character, some of record characteristics, but not others. For example, some agencies of the U.S. government, oral arguments and intra-agency appeals are transcribed by a reporter as a matter of the agency's choice, but since the record is not required by statute, other guarantees of 5 U.S.C. 554, 556, and 557 do not apply. Interesting. Thank you for clarification.
First of all, you have the right not to take this plea. You have that right. You also have a right to a trial, and you have a right to either use yourself or pay for an attorney of your own, you do have that right. Everyone is presumed innocent until guilty in my court. I don't. Everyone that comes in here, whether it's criminal or even everything down to a V&T, everyone is innocent because the person that gave you these tickets doesn't necessarily mean that they were right.
I wish I knew who gave me those tickets. I wish I knew who gave me those. I wish I had a copy of those tickets.
It probably, you would have been given a copy of the ticket. If you're given a ticket, you have the ticket. It had the officer's name on it.
I wouldn't even be here if I had a copy of those tickets. I would not be standing here right now.
What does that mean? That sounds vaguely threatening.
That is a fact. If I had the names of the officer who wrote those tickets, I definitely wouldn't be here today.
What the fuck does that mean?
Or those badge numbers, I definitely wouldn't be here. And I wouldn't even go after them personally. I would just let them know that I know and give them.
That sounds like you're threatening to threaten officers. That's a bad idea. Don't do that in court. And the district attorney's in the room.
Okay, you knew this was coming.
No, he knew this was coming. The guy in that room right there knew this was coming. He knew this was coming. When I first told him, he turned into a tomato and said, "Tell Judge." Talk to the judge.
I have argued your point in nauseam with other people.
You know how long it took me to be able to argue this? To be able to retain it to the point where and mash it up and digest it to the point where I could.
Do you want to? To what? Well, we got to get those files out of the way.
Yeah, I just need to put these on the record and it'll take 5 minutes.
Hang on a second, Sylvester. Okay. Paul, do you know if your client's coming?
Yeah, well, both of the Hadley says his client is going to be here at 3:15.
Okay. Where's yours?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't have one. Rick
Yeah.
Morrow represents the other one.
Is he coming?
As far as I know, the question was whether or not he was going to be here at 3:15 with Hadley. I didn't have any. When I talked to the clerk yesterday, she said that she saw that it was there was a notation in the file that Hadley's client was going to be here at 3:15, but she didn't see anything in the file about Morrow's client. So, in an abundance of caution, because I didn't want them coming in and expecting me to be here at 1 o'clock, I wasn't going to roll in at 3:15 or 3 o'clock and make them wait, because I didn't know if he was going to be here. So I showed up at the appointed time, just in case.
Can we call Rick Morrow and just ask him if he's planning on showing up with his client, which is Evans?
Yeah.
Let's get on that right away.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't want you falling asleep.
It's fascinating, Judge. It's truly fascinating.
The only fascinating part is I know exactly what he's talking about because I actually defended this right and privilege thing.
I went down to DMV and actually.
They threw you out.
Oh yeah. No, well, a couple times I got thrown out, but I actually had one lady that was like, "Hey, you're right. I know it's fraud, but we only do it Albany." He said, "Right, Albany." That's when I went home and wrote 6 different people.
What are you going to do when you run across the guy that doesn't understand what you're saying?
I've been told this because I see officers in public and I stop officers and ask them, "Hey, did you know this? Why do you guys do this? Why do you write tickets?" And I had officers actually tell me like, "Hey, listen, you be careful with that because you have some officers out here that have Nazi agendas and you don't fit the description of the person who's supposed to have that type of knowledge. So you be careful before you just spill that off to any officer." So I'm careful about it. I don't look for trouble. I'm a very safe traveler.
Not a driver, a traveler.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, give us a second.
All right.
Give us a
Judge,
second.
how about, do you think he's an operator?
No. The car I have right now, I'm driving outside. My mom's the operator. She has the license.
Today, I mean on the day in question of that.
Oh, no, not operating either. I didn't own that car.
No, that's
We
not
are
the
waiving the
definition.
felony grant.
Oh, it is. I can show you.
On the record.
The definition of
Sending
operator is the
everything.
one who's licensed to have the car.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. Let me show you.
That's okay.
Are you sure? Because
I'm certain.
then you can't be certain if you don't want me to
I'm
show you the
absolutely
facts.
certain. Absolutely certain.
I can call it to you right now. I can show you. You sure?
Not necessary.
Okay, so I understand where you're coming from. No reason to even continue speaking with you. I got proof right there. You don't even want to see it.
We already adjourned it.
see what you.
You wanted to go to the 24th?
No, we're gonna waive the thing outright. The felony hearing is gone, we're sending this up to
No,
county.
a dictionary doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's the vehicle and traffic law of the state of New York that controls, period.
The felony
End of story.
hearing.
And you can talk about whether you have free,
Send.
unimpeded right to use the road. Yes, to walk down the road, okay?
Send.
But if you're gonna operate,
County?
a
Yes.
motor vehicle, under the vehicle and traffic law, you have to comply with the vehicle and traffic law, and when you don't, you get tickets. End of story.
Okay. Is he still incarcerated? He's not incarcerated, is he?
Yes, he is, but he has 3 different jurisdictions and then we're doing out in county. This guy just called me, said he spoke to you and told me that he was gonna start paying you next week and he couldn't be in court today because he's getting fingerprinted for a job or 2.
They all are getting jobs. Brian Orsino.
So he promises next week.
Needs job. Needs update. Gonna start making huh? I gotta track this guy down.
Yes. Right, this, I just need the date to be the 24th.
Ryan McGraw. The cook. Without defendants. We're adjourning to next week?
Yes, the letter said the 24th that I sent out. I can send him a letter. He's a no-show for the 31st.
Yeah, it sounds like they're just talking about the day now.
When I write this on here,
Regulate is not
he's at 52. Water new. Seven.
All right, you're on a whole nother matter now. What that mean? I'm just go.
No, I want you to hang on.
Oh, okay. Want me to sit
I
back
gotta
down?
deal with you, but he had 30 files waiting.
You want me to sit back down?
Yeah. Well, what are we gonna do with it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna reopen ACD. That was ACD.
Crazy. Alright, let's watch some short ones back to back to back, and then I'll probably call it a night.
Good evening. Yes, this chase ended here in front of South Shore Hospital, where officers say the woman did not go peacefully, and where she tried to use, they say, an unusual legal argument.
Went past both of those.
36-year-old Jessica Davis from Bridgewater listened in court as prosecutors described how she led police on a slow-speed chase through 2 South Shore towns.
All right, there's a motor vehicle accident in front of Dunkin' Donuts up Bedford Street. One vehicle is fled. I'm in pursuit northbound on 18.
Police say it started at this intersection in Abington, where Davis's Mercury Grand Marquis T-boned another car. They say she took off, and so they chased her, trying twice to box her in with their cruisers.
Yeah, not hit and run, that's not good.
Then proceeded back into the roadway, turning to the right, and then driving off the roadway onto the lawn of a home.
The chase stretched for about 4 miles through Abington and Weymouth on main roads and side streets, finally ending in front of South Shore Hospital, where police say they had to smash the window of Davis's car and drag her out. They say as they did, she claimed sovereign nation status. That may refer to a movement more commonly known as sovereign citizens who reject the authority of government and laws.
Is Jake doing trash tonight? No idea.
No.
I'd think
and that
so,
was not
but
mentioned in the police report.
Davis's attorney says she ran from police simply because she was scared by what happened when the first officer pulled her over.
He punched the window instead of saying, please roll your window down, license and registration. The second time they pulled her over and she stopped, they came at her with guns drawn.
The judge ordered Davis held on $500 bail, but her attorney says she's going to have difficulty coming up with that cash because she's an unemployed convenience store worker. Live in Weymouth, David Bieniek, WCVB, News Center 5.
individual is accused of trying to steal 2 houses and an apartment building. Jeremy Davis and Stephanie Kinley face charges of theft and forgery. Investigators say they filed fraudulent deeds for 3 properties in Northside to gain ownership without their real owners noticing. The assistant prosecutor says both Davis and Kinley claim to be, quote, sovereign citizens who don't believe they're subject to the government's laws that the rest of us follow.
Foolish.
Yeah, there's all kinds of little odds and ends and cute little things. I use my.
All
I have a
right,
retro
we're gonna
guy, so I
raid
have one that plays
Chelsea
like
Manning.
So
thanks everyone.
NES and SNES games and stuff. So things like that. Little odds and ends of projects. Usually.
So thanks everyone for coming to the stream tomorrow. I should be back after we get the cat and like get her, you know, comfortable and everything. I might do a Chud Watch stream tomorrow night. Go ahead and look at the link below my channel to subscribe to my YouTube channel where I put all the clips of everything. Yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Chat is valid. Oh, I gotta wait for the thing to go. Thanks everyone. Have a good night. Waiting for the thing to go. Alright, have a good night, everyone.